we could all take our seats, please, that'd be great. Every clock is different in the building. None of them agree with our wrists, so it's 6 o'clock. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, councillors. As we often do, we're beginning this evening with a public hearing, followed by a council meeting. And the public hearing is with respect to 3 matters, which we'll get into in a little more depth in a moment, but in order that the record can show what councillors are present and hearing the comments at the public hearing, would you please log in your presence now? Councillor Granger's present. Okay, so all councillors are present. And we'll open the public hearing and call it to order. We're dealing first with an application to enter into a development agreement for tourist commercial purposes at 1459 Forest Hill Road. And Ms. Mosier is here from planning to take us through the presentation. Ms. Mosier, as soon as I can get your light on, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are here to review a development agreement for tourist commercial uses at 1459 Forest Hill Road in Forest Hill. My name is Laura Mosier. I'm the Manager of Planning and Development Services. And today is May 7th, not May 2nd. My apologies. By way of background, this application was initially received for 30 tourist cabins spread across the subject property. The property was purchased by the current owner, Dr. Kenneth Rent, the owner of Blue Jacket Holdings, and the property was purchased in 2021 specifically for this development. Staff did hold public consultation, and since that time, staff have worked with the applicant to revise the proposal, and it currently consists of 12 cabins in total. So we did hold a virtual public information meeting in April of 2022 due to COVID-19 restrictions. And in response to that public information meeting, staff did receive concerns related to the following topics: traffic infrastructure and generation of traffic. So there were concerns around both the fact that Forest Hill Road terminates in very close proximity to the subject property, resulting in a dead-end road, and there were some concerns around safety, particularly in light of our wildfires last summer, with only one entrance in and one entrance out. And there were also some concerns raised around the current alignment of the intersection of Forest Hill Road and Greenfield Road, which is the last intersection before this stretch of road. Staff did consult with the Department of Public Works on both of those matters, and they did not express any concerns as the road authority. There was also concerns raised around the potential for the pollution of the abutting Wolfville Watershed Nature Preserve, although the specifics of the pollution concerns were not expressed. Staff did other concerns were raised around pedestrian safety in the area. It's my understanding that there are significant numbers of residents in the area that use the road as an area for walking, and so there was some concerns around increased traffic and pedestrian safety. There were concerns around the loss of agricultural land, and the property did have an old barn up until recently, which was demolished, and it was suspected that there were barn swallows living in that barn, and so there were concerns around the destruction of that habitat. The area in red shows the approximate location of the subject property. And this is an aerial photo of the subject property. You can see that up until recently, the property was in agricultural production, and there is some limited agricultural production surrounding the area. There is a chicken barn to the east of the subject property, and we do have permits for a second one, and the approximate location is shown on the screen. Here's an aerial photo directly from above the subject property. Again, we can see that there is some farming going on in the area, but also the area is heavily wooded. This is reflected, before I move to the zoning, I would just say the property has a lot size of 34 acres, and it has two separate frontages. So the first frontage, the western portion of the frontage is roughly 700 feet, and the eastern portion is roughly 400 feet. And here we can see where the road ends, and this goes up into this area where the chicken barns are, and then to the east is the Wolfville Watershed Preserve. The zoning is, the entire area is located within the rural mixed-use zone, which prioritizes agricultural uses as well as limited residential uses, and we'll see that our policy direction also provides for tourism or visitor-related uses within this zone. The designation is also the agricultural designation, so we would look in our policies to ensure that any potential changes are enabled within the agricultural designation. So we are here for a development agreement application. By way of a very quick reminder for council and for information for the public, a development agreement is a legal contract between council and the property owner, which enables the development of a use that is not permitted as of right on the property in the land use bylaw, and it allows council to exercise more specific control over the development, including limiting the uses, but also over the character, form, and maintenance of the development, and can apply additional restrictions and regulations to minimize and mitigate potential negative impacts. The ability to enter into a development agreement must be outlined in the land use bylaw and the municipal planning strategy in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. And the municipal planning strategy specifically must specify the types of uses to be considered, as well as the eligible locations. This is typically done through the identification of a zone or a designation, as we just reviewed, and the criteria to be assessed by staff that must be met for a positive recommendation. So we turn to the land use bylaw first, and we see that section 8.4.5 enables council to consider proposals for visitor-oriented development that are not permitted as of right within the rural mixed use or A2 zone, and it directs us to policy 2.5.13. So if we go to 2.5.13 of the municipal planning strategy, we see the policy enabling council to consider a development agreement. And the criteria, the use that is being considered is a visitor-oriented proposal. So these would be things like lodging, restaurants, and other attractions that may draw visitors to the area. So council is meant to be satisfied that the proposal is geared towards the traveling public or to visitors, that the property has an appropriate lot area, and that the site facilities are buffered or separated from surrounding residential dwellings to mitigate impacts from noise, light, and other visual impacts. And we're also meant to review the general criteria in section 5.3.7 of the municipal planning strategy. So where 12 tourist cabins are being proposed, staff are satisfied that this is a proposal that is geared to the traveling public. The applicant has also indicated a desire to build an amenity building for use exclusively by the users of that site. Where the lot is 34 acres in size, staff are satisfied that it does have a lot area to support the proposal. And we'll see, we did apply some buffering and separation from neighboring dwellings, and we'll review that in the summary of the development agreement. But first we'll review the general criteria. So these are criteria that we review for any planning application, either rezoning or a development agreement, just on a preliminary basis to ensure that it's reasonable that the development will be able to move forward. So we review the intent of the municipal planning strategy, and staff are satisfied that the intent has been met. A more detailed summary of the municipal planning strategy, its policies, goals, and objectives is provided in your staff report. Staff have reviewed municipal, provincial programs, bylaws, and regulations and do not believe there are any violations there. There's no immediate costs for the municipality as a result of this application, and staff are satisfied that in consideration of the additional restrictions we've written into the development agreement, that the land use will be compatible with the surrounding uses. As mentioned, we did consult with the authority having jurisdiction over the roads, and they did not note any concerns at this time. We also consulted with the Wolfville Fire Department to ensure that fire protection could be provided to the subject property, and they also indicated that there would be no issue. We're meant to ensure that there's adequate water and sewer services on the property, and where there are no municipal services in this area, these would be provided through on-site services in the form of a well and a septic system, and both of these fall to the jurisdiction of the Provincial Department of Environment and Climate Change. We're meant to ensure that there would be no negative impacts on native farming operations, and we had not heard from the neighboring farmer expressing any concerns, and it should be noted that the chicken barns are a minimum of 300 feet away from the subject properties. And staff reviewed the site's suitability and did not find any issues with development in that regard. So by way of a summary of the development agreement provides for 12 tourist cabins having a maximum building footprint of 700 feet. There's a minimum 100-foot required vegetated setback. We did see in the aerial photo that there is not currently a whole lot of vegetation on the property. However, it is written into the development agreement that vegetation should be permitted to grow naturally within that buffer area. It also regulates the subdivision. As the property is 34 acres, there were additional development options on the property, and so the underlying zone permissions have been retained. And the development agreement regulates signage and lighting. So this is an image of the site plan, so we can see the lot lines of the subject property outlined in dark black. And we see a dotted line here identifying the development area. So all development enabled within the agreement needs to occur within this envelope, leaving the balance of the property for future development. In terms of our process, staff did receive a completed application and held a virtual PIM. We conducted our staff review and made our recommendation to Planning Advisory in March. We brought this forward for initial consideration on April 2nd, and here we are at a public hearing. This meeting was advertised twice in the local newspaper, and letters were sent to neighboring property owners within 500 feet. And with that, the statutory requirements of the Municipal Government Act have been met for this application. And that concludes my presentation, and I would pass it back to the chair for comments from the public.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. Just by way of explanation to the public, the nature of a public hearing is that the body of people at this table are here only to listen. They're not here to debate the issues. If they have debate, that debate will take place at the council meeting that considers whether or not to approve the development in question. Following the presentation from staff, I look to council to see whether they have any questions of clarification of the presenter, and that will be followed by comments from the public who are interested in this application, and then comments from the applicant, should the applicant wish to respond. So, that said, are there any questions of clarification that any councillor has of the presenter? Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, maybe you had mentioned it, Laura, as how many residences are around this particular application?
Let me go back to the aerial photo. There's a handful of residences nearby. You can see there's a few on the south side, and there's one directly next door.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of clarification? Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Mayor, through you to Laura. You just made a quick comment about the one way in, one way out, as we just got called for a brush fire here in Colebrook. Can you just do a little clarification on who that went to and if that was rectified?
Well, as it was related to the dead-end road, it went to the Department of Public Works. We don't currently have anything in our policies around consideration of wildfires, as that is a fairly recent issue in Nova Scotia, although I'm sure it's not going away. My understanding is the province has undertaken a project to examine wildfires to prepare guidance documents and considerations for municipalities.
Great, thank you.
Does that respond? Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Ms. Mosher, would you happen to know the distance between the property line through the woods to the watershed?
The property abuts the watershed, I believe, down here. So it's, I don't know the exact distance, but this is 400 feet. So it's fairly close.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I had one question. I see no other councillors' questions. The lot that's carved out on the street, does that belong to the applicant or is someone else?
This belongs to someone else, not the applicant.
And is there a residence on it?
Yes, there is.
And they received notice, obviously.
Yes, they have.
All right, that's all the questions of clarification. Are there any comments from the public on this particular application? Yes, just come up to this podium here, if you wouldn't mind. State your name and place of residence.
Gary Morton, resident of Colebrook, 2043 Langell Drive. Mayor, councillors, and concerned citizens. I'm a resident, or I've been working for the past 30 years as a consultant to the agriculture industry in the Annapolis Valley, a former advisor to the Annapolis Valley Farmland Trust, and have prepared dozens of agrologist reports over the past 25 years assessing the impact of municipal zoning changes and development agreements to agricultural land. Andre Merck of Merck's Poultry Farm has asked me to share relevant agriculture information today in regard to the proposed development agreement for tourist commercial uses file 2208 on the lands neighboring his farm property PID 55219018. There are 2 existing commercial poultry barns located on Mr. Merck's property for their isolation from the public and for planned future development purposes. The 2021 Census Report of Agriculture Revenues in Kings County says there are 274 million. Chicken Farmers of Nova Scotia indicates that 85% of poultry production is located in Kings County, valued at 114 million in 2023. The poultry industry is very important to this county's economy and continues to grow in production capacity each year to keep up with the growing consumer demand. Tourism is also a very important industry to Kings County, and in many ways is reliant on farmers maintaining the agricultural landscape. If agricultural lands and farms disappear, then so eventually will the county's agricultural landscape and tourism attraction, as well as many of the supporting businesses. This is a quote from the Municipality of Kings County publication. I think it says it all. Try to imagine the Municipality of Kings County without agriculture. It wouldn't be as unique, economically vibrant, or sustainable. Because of this, the municipality protects good quality farmland with planning policies and regulations. End of quote. Kings County A1 zoning policy offers a high degree of protection to agricultural lands. However, A2 zoned lands are open to development agreements that allow good agricultural lands to be removed for agriculture use, or removed from agriculture use. Today, File 2208 is proposing to take 34 acres of A2 zoned Class 3 agricultural lands from agriculture production to be repurposed for non-agriculture use. The Kings County 8.4.2 Rural Mixed Use A2 Zone policy states that the purpose of the A2 zoning is to provide for a mix of agriculture, residential, and resource uses in order to enable expansion of the agriculture industry. It states in the event of a conflict between agriculture uses and non-agriculture uses, the agriculture uses shall take priority. File 2208 proposes a land use not for agriculture development purposes. The Canada Land Inventory System classifies agricultural soils in Canada. In Nova Scotia, there are no Class 1 lands. In Kings County, 32% of agricultural production is on Class 2 soils, 40% on Class 3 soils, and 23% on Class 4 soils. Class 3 soils are a major soil supporting agricultural production. Based on the 1989 Soils of Annapolis Valley Area of Nova Scotia Soil Survey maps, the entire 34 acres of applicant lands are Class 3 soils. Until recently, the property has been used for forage production. Historically, development agreements require an agrologist's report to prove that 60% or more of the land has no agricultural production value to change the purpose. No reasons I have seen have been presented with this application to identify why these Class 3 soils are no longer suitable for agricultural use or should be removed from agricultural production and be repurposed for non-agricultural use. The 2010 Kings County Profile of Agricultural Land Resources reported that only 15% of urban development in Kings County occurs on soils that are poorer than a Class 4 soil. This means that historically 85% of urban development in Kings County has occurred on top of Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4 soils, removing our best agricultural land from production forever. Provincially, Kings County has the highest percentage of good agricultural soils underneath urban developments. Instead of receiving compensation for the positive benefits that farmlands provide to the public, farmers must defend the very lands and practices to produce your food. The competing land use demands illustrated by File 2208 are creating use conflicts between land owners, farmers, and creating community rifts, which are steadily shrinking the farmland base. Tourists and developers are attracted to the natural beauty of agricultural lands, but people do not understand that farmlands are an industrial commercial workplace, potentially dangerous, creating odors, dust, flies, and production activity which is unpleasant to the general public. Loud noise, loud music, fireworks all can have a negative impact on poultry flocks, resulting in bird harm, death, and significant economic loss. Poultry facilities operate under the highest level of biosecurity in agriculture and do not want people walking the roadways, hiking, or exploring associated farm facilities and landscapes. No commercial poultry operation in Nova Scotia will be an agritourism destination due to the high biosecurity risk. The poultry industry is not the wine industry. The poultry industry seeks isolation from the general public, not attracting it. Increased public traffic may require significant investment into fencing, security monitoring systems, and create health risks to birds. The avian flu is real, growing, and can result in deaths to livestock, pets, and now humans. Millions of commercial poultry birds in Canada have been euthanized in recent years at great cost to producers to help manage the avian flu risk. In 2000, the Nova Scotia Farm Practices Act was created to protect farmers engaged in normal farming practices from being sued in nuisance and negligence complaints. However, this does not compensate for the time, cost, and emotional capacity required to address complaints made to farmers. The current buffer zone, as illustrated, is located on the Merck's farm property and exists and is maintained at their expense, not the applicants. The Statement of Provincial Interest, Government Act 1998, recognizes the importance of Nova Scotia's land and water resources, applies to all active agricultural land and lands with agricultural potential, intended to serve as expected to help provincial departments, municipalities, and individuals in making land use decisions. It states that the planning documents must address the protection of the agricultural land and give priority to the use of agriculture and agriculture-related uses, which do not eliminate the possibility of using the land for agriculture purposes in the future. This file is squeezing through an A2 zone development agreement policy loophole in ways I would argue were not originally intended, and it's shrinking the agriculture land production base in Kings County. It is proposing non-agriculture development on productive Class 3 agricultural lands, increasing the potential for conflict between agriculture and general public, adding biosecurity risk and potential costs to the neighboring poultry producer, ignores the Statement of Provincial Interest to make agricultural land use a priority, and does not present a case that justifies why these Class 3 lands are no longer suitable for agriculture production. I will leave you with this thought. Between 2011 and 2021, the population of Kings County added 2,879 people. The 2021 Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture Kings County Agriculture Profile reports that during that same period of time, the county lost 27,824 farm acres of production. That's a large amount. That's 122.6 square kilometers. Kings County is only 2,127 square kilometers, so that was 5% of the total land base.
I'm sorry, I was taking notes and you got ahead of me. Could you just step back a sentence there for me? When you were talking about the amount of agricultural land, the 28,000, what can you just go through that?
27,824 acres.
Yes, and what followed that?
I said that's 112.6 kilometers, square kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
And Kings County is only 2,127 kilometers squared.
Okay, so I guess that was my question. You were talking about the total in Nova Scotia? Is that what we were talking
No,
about?
we're talking Kings County.
Okay, just
This is
the
just Kings.
28,000 was in Kings County.
28,000 is
Okay.
just in Kings County.
I'm sorry, my fault. Sorry to interrupt.
Nope, no problem. Taking into account all types of agricultural lands, it takes approximately 2 acres of agricultural land to feed one person. Some would say it would take more, or some would say it's take less. But using 2 acres, which is the size of about 1.5 football fields, at 2 acres per person between 2011 and 2021, the county lost the agricultural land production capacity to feed 13,912 people, while adding 2,879 people to the population. Every time this council permits agricultural lands in the A2 zone to be developed for non-agricultural purposes, it is further reducing our ability to feed the population, increases our reliance on imported food, and increases the cost everyone in this room pays to eat. Our agricultural lands are a finite resource. No one is making any more of it. In conclusion, I hope that the council thoroughly considers the dangerous precedent allowing non-agriculture development on A2 zoned agricultural lands, where there is no obvious benefit to agriculture production, further shrinking the agriculture production landscape, making it more difficult for farmers to produce food, and increasing the cost to consumers. Agriculture is at the heart of the county's economy. There is not a business in Kings County that does not benefit from a successful and prosperous agriculture industry. I can assure you with the utmost confidence that lands that leave agriculture for non-agriculture development purposes never return back to agriculture production. We can't afford to lose another 100 square kilometers of agriculture production over the next decade. 34 acres may not sound like much, but it all adds up. The choice is yours. Kings County agricultural lands need our protection, and they need our protection from us. Mayor, councillors, citizens, thank you.
If you just stay with me for a moment, if you wouldn't mind. Are any questions of clarification of the presenter? Councillor Killam?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Gary.
Okay.
I'm wondering if 27,800 acres was approved by Municipal Council or the Planning Department here, or approved by the province, which agriculture is a statement of interest and everything has to go to that level.
What it is it's just between those two censuses, that many less agriculture production lands are reported. So I'm not really sure how it makes a difference within the county here. Does that make sense?
Somewhat. Thank you.
Well, from the 2011 census, there were 614 farms. When we got to the 2021 census, there were only 444 farms. So there's a reduction in the amount of farmland that's out there, but there's also, for whatever reason or other purposes, land has gone out of agriculture.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr.
No,
Mayor. Through
just-
you.
We're just doing clarification questions, right?
Yes, just a
Okay.
clarification question. I noticed that when you're talking about the loss of agricultural land, you say in production.
Right.
So if a farmer, does that deal with the cases where farmers choose not to cultivate their land, not to harvest off their land? You know, I mean, if someone has gotten old and doesn't have a family to succeed them in a farming operation, the land is still agricultural, but it's not in production. So I'd like to know where you make that differentiation.
It's land that is no longer being considered reported in agriculture production. So it could be some of that retired farmer.
But
maybe.
you have no way of knowing that.
We have no way.
You're
I don't
just
have any
making
way
the
of knowing
assumption that
no.
it's what we're doing here.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So I would
And then
assume
no, it's not a debate with council.
Sure,
That
sure.
was a little bit touching on that side. So, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I think my question, again, just trying to seek some clarification on that piece, but I think I got it through Councillor Armstrong's line of questioning. I'm just trying to figure out, looking at our land use maps, when you say out of production, okay, I think we figured it out. It's not that there's subdivisions that have been put up on A1 land, and that means that's how many acres have been lost from development.
Right.
It's just that are not being farmed.
They're not being farmed anymore.
Thank you.
The other comment was that lands have historically been developed on agricultural lands.
Yes, yeah.
I'd be glad to meet with you and clarify any of it further.
Perhaps you and I can clarify. This
Sure.
same question came up last night. Was it last night? I lose track. Night before last? So I decided I'd go and have a look. The current data, as the data was at the time of the beginning of the time you raised, is that we have 99,103 acres of A1 land in the municipality. That hasn't changed. So am I to assume that the land that you're saying is not in production is part of that land that simply isn't in production? It's not that it's been changed from A1.
No, it hasn't been. I don't think it's been changed from A1. I
Okay.
just think it's no longer in production.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So,
I appreciate that.
okay. Any further questions?
No, that's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wish to present? Yes, sir.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Andre Merks. I live in the Gaspereau Valley. And before I go any farther, can I ask the date of the map that was put up of our property? Because that is very dated, that map of the site.
Of
Sorry, it
course.
shows our
Do we
filter.
know?
Do you know how old that is?
I'm sorry, I don't have an exact date for that, although we do know that our aerial photography is somewhat out of date at this time.
So we're here tonight to discuss.
So it's the aerial photography you're referring to?
Yeah, the aerial photography.
Okay.
It's outdated. We've since then built a second barn there. We start in August of 2022, or sorry, September of 2022.
Yeah.
Completed
There's
here.
a button on your podium there. Would you just raise it a bit for us? Could you
This one
help
here?
him, Ms. Mosher? It's underneath, yeah. Yeah, we just want everybody to hear what you're saying, yeah. So you were saying you've increased the size of your farm beyond that?
We built just finished completion of a building there for a $2 million building here in April. So there's 2 on that site with 6 more planned. So it's outdated. The information you're making decisions on is not up to date.
Okay, so
It's probably not.
It's on the same piece of land that we see the one.
Well, if you had an updated picture, you would see it. Yes.
I appreciate that, but it's the same piece of land.
It's next door to the building that's here. It's actually south of the one that you see the picture of.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, along with my family, we operate several poultry farms in the county, and I'm here tonight to speak about the landowners who are building or the application in front of council for the tourist accommodations. But I say on my drive here tonight, I notice all the farmers here that are mini farm sectors are out working lands now. That it's a beautiful time of year, it's springtime, and we all see that. And that brings the reputation of the farming for the valley here of the mini agriculture sectors. It makes the Annapolis Valley second to none for its diverse agriculture I mean, it's one of these unique places in Canada. And then agribusiness is the pillar of what makes this county run. And that solid economy grows more jobs in housing, healthcare. We need schools. We need all the infrastructure to support that stuff. And it puts stresses on everything, including municipal planning. I mean, municipal planning has to plan for all this forward movement. With all this growth, beautiful vistas, see here, brings more people that wants to come to the valley, and they come here and they want to live here, which is, I think it's great, and it creates more work for everybody. So we have these two, we have the farming and we have the dynamics of the growth of the support for the farming is growing, and it's growing rapidly, and there's conflicts that are happening within these two bodies because of just the nature of what they are, and it's starting to affect the right to farm and the enjoyment for the public to have enjoyment of the properties, and we have that. That's real. Our farming operations run 24/7, and with this comes traffic, all hours of the day, all hours of the night, noise, dust, and with the livestock there is flies. We all know that. I believe most of the councillors know where the malt house is located in Hortonville. We have 6 poultry barns on that location next door to the malt house. And in the summertime, I get call after call after call from patrons about the nuisance of the flies. You know, you've got to do something about the flies. And we have fly management in place in all our sites, but you can't get all the flies. It's a fact, you can't get them. They're there. We selected the Forest Hill site for its remoteness away from the public to mitigate these conflicts. That's why we went up there. Conflicts, they will arrive. I'm not here tonight to speak on the importance of the protected farmlands. That farmers already have protected farmlands. We have that. I'm here to speak against any development agreement that circumvents these protected lands that the county has already identified as A1, A2, and et cetera. I mean, they're there. We're already protected. I'm not opposed to development agreements to encourage tourism in Kings County, provided they are based on sound logic. Allowing a development agreement for public venues, including overnight accommodations of any kind, to any farming operation is bad logic. And then for the county to actually plan for conflicts to develop is not good governance. I mean, to think about putting that kind of a venue next to an expanding poultry operation is I just don't understand the logic behind it. I just don't. I know you know how to protect farmland that has already been protected. In my view, the simplest way is just no more development agreements on the protected farmland. It's that important. It's that simple. You have to allow farmers to feed the next generations that are going to come. You just have to. I don't have much else to say other than, I've been farming here a long time, and farmland, we need it. We need to keep the venue. We just need to keep planning correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merckx. Does anyone else, any questions of clarification from any councillor for Mr. Merckx? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You said that the photo is out of date.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take your word for it. So there's 2 barns up there now?
There's 2 there now.
And you anticipate building how many more?
At least 6.
And will they get closer to the property line, or will they get far?
Probably won't go any farther.
There's a buffer right now.
Yeah, we'll maintain a buffer. But the flies don't care about a buffer, and the dust doesn't care about a buffer, and neither does the noise. We have poultry vehicles or trucks that move that poultry to the processing plants, and they operate all through the nights. That's when the birds move, not in the daytime.
Understood. Thank you.
Anyone else? No, that's it. Mr.
Okay.
Merckx,
Okay.
thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm still struggling with this size.
You might have to at least lower the mic.
You should be. Thank you. Well, you've seen enough of me. I guess I'm not going anywhere. Since our issue, I think I've developed a dragon inside me. So here I am to stay. I'm here because I've lived on Gasbro Mountain for 20 years. When we first got married, my husband and I'm very familiar with that piece of property, and I know it's been farmed. My husband's grandfather had a similar farm almost 5 kilometers down the road from that, and that's basically where we had built our first house when we were 19 and 20 years old and eager to be in a family area. I know a lot of history about Gasbro Mountain, and I know the people. And I know that this does nothing for the people. This, again, is something that I value. A2 land is just as important as A1. We have a lot to offer in A2 land. It's protected under the MPS. It's just not protected under the LUB. And again, I've watched A2 go every time it comes before you folks. It just seems like it's available for whatever purpose you want to send it to. And we're saying, and I fully agree with Mr. Marks, he and I have had a few conversations, and we both understand that we both believe that small and big needs to go together. And all I'm asking you is to, because I've said a million things a million times to you, but I'm saying this again, this needs to change. We need better protection in A2. We really need you to do this. I want you to do a better job, and really, I want you to want to do a better job. So please just reconsider what you're doing here. We'll never get those 34 acres back, ever. Thank you.
Just if you just stay for a second until I do a little check here. Any questions of clarification for the speaker? No, I guess that's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kira Coleman. I'm a lead hand at Eden Valley Poultry. I think that there's a conflict between one of the council members and the poultry industry, and including my family who lives off of poultry. I'm going to read a statement from my mother. My name is Amanda Dykins. I live at 5394 Highway 358. I am the 28-year spouse of Lee Coleman. I would like to address a few things here tonight if I could. After the events on Saturday where Lee was called a fake and a loser after a post had been made on social media in an act of unprofessionalism by a council member, I want to say I can assure you that it takes more than words to hurt Lee's feelings. Loser and fake won't do it. But it should not have happened and needs to be addressed. Lee has worked hard for the past 30 years to provide for his family. He is currently the foreman of a company that has a 4-year-long wait list of clients. Lee has worked in his field for most of his working years, from one end of the province to the other, on many projects, including many chicken barns in recent years. So many he has lost count. Lee is a go-to-work and come home to his family kind of guy. A great father, a loyal friend, spouse, co-worker, employee, and great provider and hard worker who keeps to himself. I've watched Lee break his body and spirit to provide for us, sometimes with wounds that would scare you to your core. But the very next day, he got up and went back to work, no matter what he felt like, asleep at the supper table kind of hard worker. As we work harder for less and less each week and have less and less at the end of each pay, the stress of how things seem to be going in the world have us questioning how things get done or not done, where all our money goes, and for what? For the councillor to say, sorry for my language before I say this, quote unquote shit pay, referring to the Facebook post made on Saturday. It was disrespectful to people like Lee, who destroy their bodies every day at work. Blue-collar people work extremely hard for the money that they earn. Lee has no luxury of time off at the end of his work week. He needs rest for Monday, and the cycle continues. Eat, sleep, work, pay. He tells it straight as it is. He does not have a lot of time to explain out all the reasons or details or for debates and meetings. He is hardworking, He is a hardworking, intelligent taxpayer in this county who did not deserve the level of disrespect that was given out to him from an elected official. Lee and anyone else that had to endure the disrespect from the councillor deserves an apology. The councillor should be reprimanded and, personally, in my opinion, removed from council, as it is our tax money that pays him to what? Bluntly disrespect us? The thought of our home maybe being the only home our children could have the chance at owning someday, we want them to have the community that they feel safe in and want to live in. We also want them to feel confident that the council members respect what they have to say. After all, it is our tax dollars that pay for this abuse. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. If you just stay for a moment and talk with me.
Yep. I'm nervous.
Did your mother make you aware that I spoke with her today?
Yes, she did.
Yeah? And did your brother make you aware that he met with me today?
Yep.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to be clear on that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this matter?
My name is Lindsay Steele of Scots Bay. I am the former chair of Chicken Farmers of Nova Scotia, and I feel that I have to speak against this to support my fellow chicken farmer, Andre Marks. I will add some things that Andre didn't mention himself. Andre is probably one of the largest chicken producers in Eastern Canada outside of Wesco. He also owns a significant amount of quota in Prince Edward Island. Without Andre, there would be 23 days less employment at EVP every 8 weeks. And that's based on the information I know to be true from when I was last on the board, I do believe in 2018. Rural locations are selected for poultry farms to avoid conflict, and when development agreements for tourism is put next to them, it jeopardizes the safety of those buildings. What Andre also did not mention is he is the producer that had the avian influenza outbreak in 2022. He also had 30,000 poultry killed recently, as I think it was last spring, by vandals entering his barn, shutting off his ventilation, and smothering the birds to death.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing. What was the reason for that?
They wanted to kill.
Someone entered the barn?
Somebody trespassed on his
Okay.
property. He can clarify it if you want, and shut off his ventilation and his alarms and killed 30,000 birds. It was in the newspapers. It's public knowledge. Anything that puts more traffic, more scavengers, more wildlife, more pedestrians near our poultry farms puts them at risk for disease. It's not just avian influenza. It can be trespassing of people of malintent, could be ILT. There was a breeder farm in Grand Pré that was owned by a poultry farmer as well, and one of his neighbors had pheasants trespassed on his property, and he tracked it into the barn, resulting in all of his breeders having to be killed. It takes a year to get back into production when you lose your breeders. It's not like regular broilers where you can get back into production in as little as 8 weeks if everything lines up. I'd also like to state that I had a conversation with the Department of Agriculture on Monday. Rachel Chavy of the Truro office in regard to a freedom of information. She wanted to call me before this meeting and return her comments in person. She said that the Department of Agriculture does not comment on development agreements. Their policy is only to comment on rezonings. And whenever they are asked about a development agreement, their response is no comment. And that no comment does not mean there is no concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of, excuse me, clarification? I know you're on another matter. Yes. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for your comments. And I'm sorry I missed your light, Councillor Davison. Would you like to speak now?
Am I allowed to speak openly?
Regarding the previous
Yeah.
speaker, sure.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to make a comment on the young lady. I'm very sorry about that I made that comment. That was my huge mistake. Last year when I was running, there was somebody that was named Lee, believe it or not, that had made a fake profile and had bashed me online quite heavily. So I didn't realize that I was actually saying that to a community member. So I'm going to take full responsibility for that. I do apologize. I meant our pay was not that great, not yours. That was my comments. But the comment that I made toward Lee, I don't even know who he is, but I do apologize for that. And I do take full responsibility, so I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. And we have policies within our organization that deal with these things, so I assure you that this matter is being dealt with. Any other persons wish to comment on this file?
Stampede for the mic. Good evening. My name is Amy Vanderhyde. I live at 1164 Lockhart Mountain Road in Colebrook. I'm the owner and operator of Mountain Base Farm at that same address, and also operate Colebrook Farms with my family in the same area, which is a broiler chicken farm, as well as some crops and forages. I didn't come with a formal speech for you tonight, but I have been listening and have been watching, and I do hold several roles within the agriculture industry, one of which is I am the current chair of Chicken Farmers of Nova Scotia. I'm not here in that role tonight. I am here as a farmer who farms in an area where there is encroachment by developments, homes, and subdivisions close to our property. This does bring people into the farm, onto the farm. Just this week, we've actually added double the amount of security cameras around our property because we have new homes going up directly against our property, and the families were just going out for a walk in our fields of winter wheat, which have been recently fertilized and sprayed, and directly up against our chicken barns. So this is a huge biosecurity violation and something that we take very seriously. In my roles within agriculture, which have included a director with the Kings County Federation of Agriculture, we hear and are involved in many discussions about land developments in A2, and specifically when developments go bad, when the realization kicks in that people don't want to stay there because of flies, or they don't want to visit there because of smells. And that always comes back on the farmer. It's always then up to the farmer to build the fence, to change the ventilation so it's not blowing towards something. And it's always by people who came in second, who knew where they were coming from, or knew where they were coming to, saw the barns, saw the livestock, knew what was happening. And the protection of A2 land, it says in the land use bylaws that agriculture takes precedence. Whether the land owner is planning to use the land for agriculture or not, it is land that can be used for agriculture, and when it's taken out, it's land that is not used to feed a growing population. I feel very strongly about A2 land. I've had several conversations with councillors here in the room tonight, and I really feel that developments on A2 land, especially when it is up against pre-existing agriculture developments, are just a bad business idea, but also just a bad idea. So I won't take up any more time. I could talk about this all night.
Are there any questions of clarification of the speaker? No? Somebody, you'll have to get some of us in the corner if you want to speak all night. So thank you for your comments. Yeah, it could happen, right. Does anyone else wish, oh, did you wish to speak?
Hello again. I'm not sure if this is actually, I'm not sure where to say this in a point of order. It's not actually about this, but it is a comment from the public. and to address what Councillor Davison has been discussing. So
You're right, this is not the place.
this
for
is
that.
not the time.
But
I'm not entirely sure when that
There
time
are
could
public
be.
comments at the end of the council meeting.
It's about before the vote, actually.
Well, the public hearing is closed, so we cannot hear any new material regarding these. that
It
Scots
isn't
Bay
new
vote.
material. It's,
Other material even.
yeah. Just in light of the comments, there's a clear bias that's been shown, and the community would request that Councillor Davison is abstain from the vote on file 2125 this evening.
Well, my ruling on that is that he can vote, that the comments that have been made on Facebook, the worst platform in the world, didn't have to do with the credibility or otherwise of any application. It had to do with the treatment that some people were that the councillor felt some people were receiving at this table from the public. That doesn't go to the nub of the application. The individual, the issue of Facebook communications, we have our own regulations around that. We'll deal with it. The issue of a hearing, a public hearing, is quite another matter. The substance of that is quite another matter. And none of the emails touched upon that.
We can respectfully disagree.
We certainly can.
Thank you.
Yes. Anyone else wish to speak on the application?
Good evening, councillors. My name is Russell Brown, 1400 Forest Hill Road. I'm just going to speak briefly on the fire control situation up on the mountain there. I've been a career firefighter with Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency for almost a decade, and I've seen firsthand the devastation that's caused by irresponsible burning and when wildfires get out of control. There is no turnaround on the mountain up there on the end of that road. There's no convenient place for tankers to turn around, and tankers are the fire trucks that get the water to put out the fire. And to have an effective fire shuttle, which is the process of transporting water to the fire, you need to have a good turnaround location. And there is not a convenient one up there. Not only that, the nearest draft location, I believe, is the Gasbro River Road, the Gasbro River, which is at Gasbro River Road and Greenfield Road. It's about 3.5 kilometres from that site, which it's not a bad distance. It's not ideal, close would be better, but without that turnaround, that's going to have some real issues with getting water to that fire location. Also, with the 100-foot boundary that was mentioned of untouched, for the sound barrier and stuff like that, the untouched, not cutting down grass, things like that, you're adding fire load. And all you're doing is, because the mountain is so windy, a wind-driven fire is going to destroy habitat, it's going to destroy the woods, it's going to destroy homes so incredibly quickly without hydrants, which obviously that's never going to happen up there. Without hydrant supply, a water shuttle is never going to keep up. So you're going to lose massive parts of that watershed if there ever is a fire up there. Because I'm respectful, obviously, to the Wolfville Fire Chief, but we've seen the devastation now when he made that decision. As before, we saw the devastating fires in Halifax, so maybe that opinions have changed there. Not only that, but I've got a young daughter. There's a lot of families on that road with young kids. Even now, people drive up to that hiking trail at speeds, sort of 70, 80 kilometres an hour. It's a very fast road that people drive on, unfortunately, even though it's 50 kilometres an hour. There's times there that I feel unsafe with the speed that people drive at. With it being a venue for potentially weddings and whatnot, I can't imagine the driving is going to get better. And if at some point there's a requirement to implement traffic controlling measures like speed bumps, that's just going to slow down any kind of attempt at putting out a fire. So when fire trucks have to slow down, just like cars do, to get over those speed bumps, and that's going to cause an issue. So that's all I have, folks.
Just stay with us for a second.
course.
Any questions, clarification of this gentleman? No? So am I taking your message to be that the cleared land is better because it creates a fire break? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, absolutely. But the problem is then the sound travels up on that mountain as well. Like there's no, like we can hear people down the street knocking the nail at the end of the road, right? So it's sound travels up there. There's no way you can stop it. And leaving long grass isn't going to do a thing, unfortunately.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? No? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Matart and councillors.
You're speaking to this application, are you? I know that you were engaged in the Scots Bay application.
I'm speaking to the current application
Okay.
on the floor. Thank you. My name is Athena Koros. My address is Wolfville, Nova Scotia. And as you all know, I've been engaged by Cape Split Farms and Lindsay Steele. However, I wanted to just sum up tonight that you're once again hearing similar issues to a similar development agreement that's proposed and in front of you. And just that similar legislation, similar bylaws that are being referenced, and also you have the farming community in front of you, once again trying to address and to make it known to you how important it is to protect agricultural land. So you've heard from a number of individuals. You've also tonight heard from an individual who is involved heavily with fire protection, which is great. Ultimately, I wanted to thank you all for listening to everyone over the last few weeks. I know it's been difficult, and I want you to know that all the people in the room are here to support peace, order, and good government, as I am as well. And I also now ask you to support farming in making your decision, and to support responsible planning decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. Anyone else wish to speak before we close this particular public hearing?
Mayor Mattar, when I was in the washroom, I found a set of car keys.
So
And
if,
I think that somebody might need
thank you for that.
Good evening,
Yes,
Mayor
ma'am.
Matart and councils. My name is Sandra Weldon, and I live in Scots Bay. I just wanted to say I am quite disheartened by yet another property development plan on A2 land. And I just want to agree with those who are concerned about the loss of A2 land in this county. And I don't think it matters whether it's being farmed right now or not, or whether it's going to be farmed in the next 2 years or not. It is still agricultural land, and at some point it may be used for agriculture. Our population in Nova Scotia is growing by leaps and bounds every year, and where are we going to have the resources to feed the people that come here if all of our A2 land is compromised and gone? I was listening to an article the other night where it said that in the world, not just in Nova Scotia, but in the world, there are 1.5% of the population that are feeding 98% of the population. I just find it interesting that in the last probably year, there have been at least 3 property developments proposed on A2 land. And once again, as you've heard many times over the last few weeks, when there is a conflict, agricultural land takes precedence. Please remember that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, councillors, public, Mayor Mattard. I have been listening to the speakers on this development, and I just wanted to say that in every poultry farm, there are always very large propane tanks. And with every development, there are people that trespass on the farmer's property. Some of those people that trespass are children. Children get lost. Children play with matches. And if those propane tanks blow up in any area, especially one that there's one way in and one way out, there's no way that that community, and in Scots Bay, I know I'm not allowed to talk about that, but there's propane tanks going to be on both sides of that development. And I'm sure Mr. Merckx has propane tanks with his chicken farms, and that is a serious public safety issue. It's not just going to be the animals that are going to burn, it's going to be people. The community will go. So I just think you should consider that that is a serious public fire hazard. When you put developments in, people trespass. When people trespass, some of them are children. Children get lost, children play with matches. Those are facts. That is something you need to consider very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on this application, please? No? Okay, then I'll declare the public hearing of this particular file 22 dash. Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, yes, yeah, of course.
Can you hear me there? Is it okay?
You might just pop it up a bit.
Sure.
Well, even the mic, even if you just hold the mic up a bit. There you go. Thank you.
I'm Ken Rent, the applicant for the Forest Hill property that we speak about. I wanted to thank the community of Forest Hill and the County King's Council to listen to this proposal. I believe and I hope there's value in investing locally, and I believe that the plan can be complementary to the community. My vision to create a space for visitors to our area was to create a space for visitors to our area, a space that highlights the best of what we enjoy every day. I intended it to be a respectful place that blends in with its surroundings. The proposed site is naturally beautiful. I intend to preserve that. The development would be thoughtful with an eco-forward mindset. My hope was to build using renewable resources and to source as much as possible locally. I hope to incorporate design and landscape indigenous to Nova Scotia and the Maritime Provinces. I've been fortunate enough to have received help and advice from many local experts, and will continue to seek their advice. I would strive to be open to input from the residential and business communities, and I'm happy to have feedback now and in the future. I look forward to providing visitors to our region with a fantastic experience and to showcase the best of what maritime culture has to offer. Visitors are drawn to our area, it's true. I had hoped this accommodation would provide them with a point of departure to explore the valley and beyond. So that was the intent.
Okay, sir. Any questions or clarification of the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
And my apologies, I did have a note to call upon the applicant before I adjourned this particular hearing, but I do now adjourn the hearing 22-08 and open the hearing regarding the application to enter into a development agreement for tourist commercial uses at 100 Alton Road, East Dalhousie. And Ms. Mosier will be presenting on that one as well. Ms. Mosier?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This application concerns a property in East Dalhousie at 100 Alton Road, PID 554800966. By way of background, we did receive an application to permit tourist commercial uses on the subject property. And these were intended to consist of seasonal cabins, recreational vehicle hookup sites, tent pads, an amenity building with a shared kitchen, outdoor, and an outdoor shower station. The subject property, the approximate location of the subject property is outlined in red, so we are in the very southwest corner of the municipality, down in East Dalhousie near Lakes Torment and Armstrong. This is an aerial photo of the subject property. We can see that the property is primarily wooded. It does, you can sort of see in this photo right here that there is a significant drop off in terms of the topography on the property, but otherwise the property is generally flat. This is just a zoomed in version of the same photo. So this is the northwest corner of the property. There is an existing access on the property coming off Alton Road, which you can see is a dirt road. And this shows more of the surrounding area. So we see in this area some limited farming going on, but primarily the area is mostly wooded. The zoning reflects this situation where we see all of the surrounding properties are located within our resource or N1 zone. And similarly, all of the surrounding properties are in the resource designation as well. There are some existing buildings on the subject property. We have a couple of small hesitate to call them sheds. They're a little more than sheds, but they are not dwellings. But these two buildings, I believe the applicants had originally intended on reusing them, but I believe that at this time the plans are to demolish and rebuild a communal amenity building containing the shared kitchen and shared spaces for the property. This photo shows an image of the driveway from Alton Road. And this is a photo of the southern lot line showing the agricultural field to the south through the trees, and there is a rock wall that delineates the property boundary. And otherwise, the property looks like the top photo, very wooded, very vegetated. In staff's review, we did note on our hydrography map that there are some, this data comes directly from the province, from the Department of, Environment and Climate Change, and it is showing a fairly significant wetland in the area. So staff, with the assistance of our special projects coordinator, Dan Hagan, who has a background in geology and lot surveying, we did a site visit to determine whether or not we found any evidence of a wetland on the property. It should be noted that in this section of the property, this is the higher point of the property, and it does drop down to the east. We did investigate all of the property. We spent an afternoon walking the property and did not find any evidence of a wetland. We can see the photos on the right. This is the agricultural field, which is identified on the hydro map as a wetland, but we did not see any wet areas. This was in the spring. There had been rain recently, so there was no reason to think this was an unusually dry time of the year. And this is an aerial photograph, and this we suspect is more accurately mapping the extent of the wet areas. We can see here that it does not appear to be wet. So staff were confident in determining that there was no evidence that there was a wetland on the property. The responsibility, should a wetland be discovered, falls to the applicant to work with Nova Scotia Environment to ensure that all requirements related to wetlands are met. But staff are confident that the subject site does not contain a wetland as depicted on that hydro map. So again, we are here for a development agreement. Again, it is a legal contract between the landowner and the municipality to develop a use that is not typically permitted under the land use bylaw, and enables council to exercise more specific control over the use, but also the character, form, and maintenance of the development to minimize and mitigate potential negative impacts. This ability to enter into a development agreement needs to be specified in the land use bylaw and municipal planning strategy, and must specify the types of uses to be considered by development agreement, the eligible location through the identification of a zone or designation, and the criteria to be used in assessing. So when we go to, this is actually the land use bylaw, 10.3.5, we see in the N1 zone that council is able to consider this type of development by development agreement, being a visitor-oriented development. And again, we are directed to the same policy, 2.5.13. And similar to the last application, we are intending to ensure that this is geared towards the traveling public, and with the provision of accommodation, staff are confident that this has been met, that the subject property has an appropriate lot area. The subject property has a lot area of 10 acres, and so staff are confident that this is an appropriate lot area for this type of development. And we're meant to ensure that the site facilities are buffered or separated from surrounding residential dwellings. And we'll go back to the aerial photo. My apologies. We see there are not any dwellings in close proximity to the subject site. The closest ones are located on East Dalhousie Road. So staff have incorporated some additional buffering into the development agreement, which we will go over, but staff believe that there is an adequate buffer between this subject property and any neighboring dwellings. I'm sorry. So we will go over the buffering in the summary, and we are also meant to look at the general criteria in 5.3.7. So again, staff are confident that the intent of the municipal planning strategy has been met through this application, and that it does not conflict with any programs, bylaws, or regulations. There will be no immediate financial costs to the municipality for this application, and staff are confident that there is land use compatibility with the surrounding properties. We did consult with the Department of Public Works to ensure that they did not have any concerns around traffic generations, and they did not. We also consulted with the East Dalhousie Fire Chief, who indicated that there was adequate fire protection for this property. Again, on-site servicing would be what is provided on this property, so a well and a septic system would fall under the jurisdiction of the Nova Scotia Department of Environment and Climate Change. We do not expect there to be any negative impact on neighboring farming operations. We did not hear from the neighboring property owners with regards to farming, and we do believe that the site is suitable for this development. I should mention we did receive comments from the neighboring property owner who does do some hunting on the property and indicated that that should be considered. And so in our summary of the development agreement, we have indicated that the permitted uses of the underlying zone continue to be permitted. However, the development agreement permits a total of 15 campsites, which could be anything. A campsite is defined as being a tenting site or an RV site or a cabin. It could be any of them, but it is limited to 15 on the subject property. As well, an amenity building for exclusive use by the patrons of the subject property is permitted, having a maximum building footprint of 1,500 square feet and a maximum building height of 20 feet. All of the development must occur within a development envelope that's identified on the site plan that accompanies the development agreement, and we have added an increased setback of 65 feet along the front and side yards and a 100-foot setback, which matches the drop-off in the site in the rear. In terms of our process, we did receive a complete application and we did hold a PIM in the community of East Dalhousie. There were concerns raised, but primarily around other matters going on in the community. There was support expressed for this application at that time. We did bring this application to the Planning Advisory Committee in March, and Council gave it initial consideration on April 2nd, and here we are at this public hearing, which has been advertised twice in the local newspaper, and neighboring property owners have received a letter in the mail. Following this, Council will give the application final consideration, after which a 14-day appeal period will commence should they approve, and a 7-day appeal period for the applicant should they refuse. With that, all of the statutory requirements of the Municipal Government Act have been met on this application, and I would pass it back to the chair for comments from the public.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mosier. First of all, are there any questions of clarification of the presenter from council? I see none. Thank you. Are there any comments from the public on this particular application? Is the applicant here, and if so, do they wish to comment? They do not need to comment, but the invitation is there. No, that being the case, then I adjourn the public hearing regarding file 2307, and we move on to open the hearing regarding an application to enter into a development agreement to permit additional residential units and dwellings under construction on Aldershot Road, North Kentville. And Ms. Jacob is with us from the Planning Department to present on this particular item. Perhaps you could turn your light on from there, could you, Ms. Jacob? I can't seem to get it. Thank you. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an application for a development agreement to permit additional residential units at Aldershot Road, North Kentville. The red circle marks the approximate location of the property within North Kentville. The property is located within the growth center of North Kentville, and it has a lot area of 1.49 acres. The property can be accessed via Aldershot Road towards the west or the Giffen Court towards the east. And as we can see here, there is a short access way towards the entry from Aldershot Road, which opens up to the main developable area of the property. Vegetation on the property was scarce and it was cleared for construction. The neighboring properties are mostly developed with one-unit dwellings. To provide a background, in 2021, the property owner purchased a property to construct multi-unit dwellings. 4 multi-unit dwellings are currently under construction on the subject property. These are 2-story structures consisting of 8 units each and an attic space in each building. So this would result in a total of 32 units on the subject property, which was permitted as of right in the underlying, within the underlying zoning. However, in 2023, an application for a DA was submitted because the applicant wanted to add additional residential units to the property, which would be conversion of the attic spaces of the approved multi-unit dwellings into additional residential units, which would result in a total of 48 units on the subject property, and 48 units cannot be permitted as of right within the R3 zone, which is the underlying zoning.
So this here is the proposed site plan. As I mentioned earlier, the property can be accessed via Aldershot Road from the west or from Giffen Court towards the east. The red rectangle shows the outline of the common underground basement, which will be shared by all 4 dwellings. So these are the 4 dwellings, and each dwelling was proposed to have 12 units each, which will result in a total of 48 units. And the parking is proposed in the common basement for the residential units, and there are a few visitor parking towards the entrances. The vehicular access to the basement is only via Aldershot from here. The property is located within the residential mixed density R3 zone. The neighboring properties, as you can see, are all within the same zone as well. The R3 zone permits a variety of residential uses, including multi-units up to 12 units per dwelling. It also permits a few non-residential uses. And this here is the future land use map. The property will be in the residential designation in the future as well. These are some photos of the site. The image to the left shows the access to the property from Aldershot Road from over here. And the image to the right shows the neighboring residential dwelling to the north of this axis over here. Again, the image to the left shows the neighboring residential dwellings to the south of this axis over here. And the image to the right shows the main developable area of the property. As we can see, it is currently excavated to lay out foundation and the basement. And here the image to the left shows the view towards the north of the developable area. And the image to the right shows the view towards the south of the developable area. A public information meeting was held on October 24, 2023. It was held in the council chambers. 87 property owners were notified about the application and the public information meeting. 10 members of the public were present at the meeting, and the majority of the concerns and questions were regarding potential increase in traffic and questions regarding emergency access, the potential changes to property values in the neighborhood. There were also other questions regarding access, parking, water supply, garbage, population increase, and the types of units provided, and a few other questions as well. Section 4.5.5 from the LUB is what enables this DA, and it reads, uses considered by development agreement pursuant to the municipal planning strategy. The uses noted below may be considered by development agreement within the residential mixed density R3 zone, high density residential development, and new or expanded mini home parks in accordance with policy 3.1.10 of the municipal planning strategy. So just to provide a clarification here as to why we consider this as a high density residential development. So any development that exceeds the density permitted within the residential multi-unit R4 zone is usually considered a high density development. So the R4 zone permits a density of up to 21 units per acre. In this case, there are 48 units proposed on the 1.49 acres, which exceeds the density permitted, within the R4 zone and is therefore considered a high density development. So this section of the LUB leads us to policy 3.1.10, which is what enables this application. And the policy reads, consider only by development agreement proposals for residential development that exceeds the permitted density or height permitted under the land use bylaw in the residential designation. In evaluating such development agreements, council shall be satisfied that A, the proposal has frontage on or near a collector road. So as I mentioned earlier, the property can be accessed via Aldershot Road or Giffen Court. Aldershot Road is a collector road and Giffen Court is a local road. And criteria B, the design, scale, and location of the buildings is sensitive to surrounding land uses. So this site plan over here was submitted for initially for the 32 units proposal, which was the initial proposal. And if we compare it to the site plan that I showed earlier, it is one and the same. So the location of the buildings here or the length or breadth of the buildings are not going to change. The only change that is going to happen is a slight change in the height. So this was the height proposed initially for the 32 units proposal. As we can see here, the height here comes to around 31 feet and 1 inches. And this here is the height proposed for the new proposal, which is 48 units. As we can see here, there is a slight increase in height, which comes to around 32 feet and 6 inches. However, this increase in height is still within the height requirements of the zone, which is 35 feet. And as we can also see, there will be a slight change to the facade details, and this is not going to be a substantial change, and this would still be a vernacular style, which would be sensitive to the neighborhood character. And criteria C, if the use is a listed permitted use, the condition that prevents the proposal from being permitted as of right in the designation is addressed by the development agreement, including but not limited to enhanced buffering and the positioning and design of buildings and structures. So based on the area of the property, which is 1.49 acres, the applicant could have built 32 units as of right, which was the initial proposal. The requirement for the DA came in with the applicant proposing to add an additional 16 units to the proposed development. However, as I mentioned earlier, this addition wouldn't result in any change to the location or the design or scale of the buildings. Staff did look into rezoning options to the R4 zone. This was not possible because for 48 units, we would still require an area of 1.98 acres. And so a rezoning option was not possible. And criteria D, the proposal meets the general development criteria set out in section 5.3, development agreements and amending the land use bylaw. And this here is policy 5.3.7, the general criteria. We assessed the application against the various criteria listed here, and the application is found to be in keeping with the intent of the MPS. It is not in conflict with the municipal bylaws or regulations. There is no financial impact on the municipality because of the proposal. The proposed residential use will be compatible with the surrounding residential uses, and the development is within proximity to schools, recreation, and other community facilities. The Municipal Engineering Department has confirmed the adequacy of sewer services, and the town of Kentville has also confirmed the adequacy of water services. The Department of Public Works has confirmed, did not indicate any concerns regarding traffic hazards or congestion, and there is adequate fire protection services to service the development. And the Municipal Engineering Department did review the stormwater drainage plan and did not indicate any concerns. They confirmed that the original design for the stormwater remains adequate, and the site is suitable in terms of great soils, geological conditions, and the other aspects mentioned here. These are some of the vision and objectives related to concentrating developments within growth centers and protecting agricultural and rural areas. The proposed development will be consistent with the intent of these objectives and vision. And these are the other supporting visions and objectives related to concentrating developments within growth centers, where they can make use of existing infrastructure in order to maximize infrastructure efficiencies. The proposed development will be consistent with these objectives as well. And these are some of the objectives related to transportation. The proposed development will be consistent with Council's intent to encourage greater development densities along major transportation routes and to promote the development of compact, complete communities. And the proposed development would also help create additional housing options and housing stock in the region and will be consistent with Council's intentions regarding housing, which is listed here in the slide. This a summary of the development agreement. So the DA enables 4 multi-unit dwellings containing 12 units per dwelling, which would result in a total of 48 units on the subject property. It regulates the location and height of the dwellings, and it requires the provision of amenity spaces between the buildings. In terms of the process, PIM was held in October 2023, as I mentioned earlier. And the application was presented to the Planning Advisory Committee on the 12th of March. And on the 2nd of April, it was Council gave initial consideration to the application. And we are at the public hearing right now. Properties within 500 feet were notified about this hearing. And it was also advertised in the local newspaper. With that, I conclude my presentation and pass it back to the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Jacob. Are there any questions of clarification by any councillor of Ms. Jacob? No, Ms. Jacob, perhaps I missed it during your presentation, but is there any above ground parking?
There are a few visitors parking that will be provided near the entrances. Just give me a second. Okay. If you can see here, over here, there are a few visitors parking and disabled parking towards the entrances.
Okay, thank you. No questions? Did any member of the public wish to speak to this application? Is the applicant present and wishing to speak? Seeing none? Yes. Understood. No one wishing to speak to the application. I'm now adjourning the public hearing regarding this particular application. I thank Ms. Jacob for her presentation. And I am formally adjourning the public hearing in toto. Did council wish to have a break before opening the council session? Yes? 15-minute break. going to begin the council meeting. And I'd ask each councillor to indicate for the purposes of the record their presence, please. Thank you. All councillors are present. I think we can take that one off the screen. Oh, okay. You did. The agenda has been circulated. In the absence of any errors or omissions that you might want to put out there, could I have a motion to approve the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. For the information of public present, that motion's passed unanimously. For the information of the public present, once an agenda has been approved, but in the absence of deletions or additions, or in the presence of them even, now that we know precisely what our agenda is, does anyone, councillor, have any conflict of interest associated with any item on the agenda that they wish to declare? Well, seeing none, moving to item 4, we have several sets of minutes to approve. There is a set of minutes that I'm sure you've all taken the opportunity to read and remind yourselves of its content of April 18th, 2023. It was a special council, and due to an oversight, those minutes did not make the next meeting for approval. Could I have a motion to approve those minutes, please? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Allen. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Now, with respect to the minutes of April 18th, we've dealt with that, and we've got a unanimous approval with respect to the minutes of April 2nd. Council, they've been circulated. In the absence of any errors or omissions, could I have a motion to approve, please? Moved by Councillor Killam, seconded by Councillor Davison. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. The motion's approved unanimously, and with respect to the minutes of special council held on April 16th, 2024, in the absence of any errors or omissions, or comment from a councillor, could I have a motion to approve them as circulated? Thank you, Councillor Granger, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. If Councillor Granger is voting in favor, are you, Councillor Granger? Thank you. In the event that there is business arising from any of those minutes that a councillor has flagged, I'm going to ask in sequence, is there any business arising from the minutes of April 18th? Any business arising from the minutes of April 2nd, 2024? Any business arising from the minutes of April 16th, 2024? Moving on then to item 6, Planning and Development Services. We have a variance hearing regarding Highbury Road, Minas, and Ms. Burgess is here to present on that particular item. Ms. Burgess, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As he mentioned, we're here for a hearing for a variance refusal for a property on Highbury Road in New Minas, PID 55203228, and I'm Andy Burgess, Development Officer with the Municipality of Kings. The proposed development is a multi-unit development consisting of 4 dwellings, 2 10-unit buildings, and 2 6-unit buildings for a total of 32 residential units. The subject property falls within the residential multi-unit R4 zone of the land use bylaw, and in part within the environmentally sensitive area overlay. The proposed use is permitted within the R4 zone. The proposal is consistent with the minimum required lot standards. The development proposes pedestrian pathways, an amenity area, bicycle parking, and solid waste storage consistent with the requirements. On-site parking is required to be provided at a rate of 1.5 parking spaces per residential unit. The requested variance is to reduce the minimum required parking spaces from 48, 1.5 spaces per residential unit, to 32 spaces, 1 space per residential unit. The variance request included 2 site plans, one demonstrating the development could comply with the minimum required 48 parking spaces, and a second site plan showing the desired 32 parking spaces. The Municipal Government Act sets out 3 guidelines which the development officer must consider in reviewing a variance application. The first, a variance may not be granted where the variance violates the intent of the land use bylaw. Council, through the adoption of the land use bylaw, has established minimum parking space ratios and standards to ensure that sufficient non-congestive safe parking is provided for all residents of a development. These parking ratios and standards aim to balance the on-site demand with safe access for service providers while preventing spillover onto roads and neighboring properties. Nova Scotia Public Works has advised that parking along Highbury Road would not be permitted. The adoption of the current land use bylaw in November 2019 brought changes to the application of parking ratios and reductions in required setbacks from property lines. Previously, dwellings with more than 2 residential units were required to provide parking spaces at a ratio of 1.5 spaces per residential unit. Now, only dwellings with 6 or more residential units are required to provide spaces at a rate of 1.5 spaces per residential unit. Dwellings with fewer than 6 units need only provide 1 space. The change of significantly reduced front and rear setbacks for multi-unit dwellings now provide for greater site design flexibility to ensure all the zone requirements can be provided on site. The municipality recently completed a secondary planning strategy for the growth center of New Minas on May 2nd, 2023. Changes were brought forward specific to this growth center to encourage more active transportation. However, this comprehensive review did not propose or make any changes to the required automobile parking space ratios established in the 2019 document. Except for changes to enable multi-unit developments as of right within the wellfield zones and to require on-site bicycle parking, there was no other impact on residential developments. In March of this year, changes were made to the R3 and R4 zones to enable more residential units per dwelling to encourage higher density. With these changes, there were still no considerations made to reduce the minimum required on-site parking. The land use bylaw has enabled the development officer to contemplate a variance request to the minimum required parking spaces if the required number of spaces cannot be provided on site. In addition to the criteria in the Municipal Government Act, a variance shall not be granted if there is adequate space on the lot to provide the required number of spaces. Through previous and ongoing correspondence on the matter, it was demonstrated with the submission of a site plan that the required 48 parking spaces can be provided on the subject property. In the opinion of the development officer, the land use bylaw does not provide the authority to grant the variance as requested, as the decision would be in contravention of the bylaw. The second consideration under the Act is a variance may not be granted where the difficulty experienced is general to properties in the area. Although much of the land along Highbury Road and surrounding neighborhoods fall within the R3 and R4 zone, the historic development pattern is mostly lower density housing. In 2021, a multi-unit development just northeast of the subject site replaced a 1-unit dwelling with 2 multi-unit dwellings and creatively made the site work to accommodate parking, access, and amenity areas while maximizing the number of residential units. The subject property is burdened by a watercourse and a ravine at the rear of the property. However, the development area in the front of the property is not unique from any other property in a similar zone. The application describes the project as an affordable housing development with the intention of targeting tenants who will not require an on-site parking spot. Proximity to main services and easy access to public and active transportation routes reduce the need for automobiles, lowering capital and maintenance costs to enable the development to stay more affordable. Unfortunately, some of these factors raised cannot be considered in the development officer's decision. The bylaw regulates for many things, but cannot regulate for a specific demographic, nor is there an ability to control the tenants in a building. Capital and maintenance costs come with every development, with most trying to save everywhere they can. Until consideration is given to the proximity to services, access to public and active transportation networks, they cannot be considered as factors making the property unique regarding required parking. The final consideration under the Act, a variance may not be granted where the difficulty experienced results from an intentional disregard for the requirements of the land use bylaw. As permit applications for the development have not been submitted and construction is not commenced, this factor was not strongly considered. Discussion and review of different site plan designs occurred before the application, but ultimately the request is substantial, reducing the parking requirement by 1/3. Finally, before we get to motions, I just want to mention that the application was reviewed and a decision was made based on the information contained in the application. There may be other factors and site conditions presented tonight which were not considered in my decision. I put forward a recommended motion that council moved to that the appeal is unsuccessful and uphold the decision of the development officer to refuse the variance for the reduction in the required number of automobile parking spaces for a development on PID 55203228 Highbury Road, New Minas. I also have an alternate motion should council choose to proceed that way. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. Questions or clarification from any member of council? Deputy Mayor Lutz.
Thank you, Mayor Matart. Can you just walk me through if this development was outside of a growth center, would the parking requirements be any different? Do we consider whether or not a development is in a growth center as defined by our land use bylaw and the zones within which only exist in growth centers? Does that make a difference based on parking requirements in land use bylaw, or is it a blanket across the county?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. In all of our rural zones, we don't allow multi-unit developments.
Right.
So difficult question, only because most of our rural zones only allow for a 1 or a 2 unit dwelling as of right, and they would be still limited to, they would still be at the 1-to-1 ratio. Only within our growth centers would we allow a multi-unit dwelling, 3 or more, and there's still a little bit of buffer there until you get to the 6 units and requiring the 1 to 1.5, 1.5 to 1, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe you made some reference to possible new information. Would it be of any use to you as a development officer if we were to push this back to you for reconsideration and meeting with the applicant, or?
I don't believe so, but perhaps once the applicant makes a presentation, that may help make your decision.
All right, thank you. Does the applicant wish to present? I'm sorry, I am slack on getting your mic on. There you go, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Mutart and councillors. My name is Ross Sanchez, and I'm the chairman of the Valley Roots Housing Cooperative. You've seen me in front of you for other reasons, because I work full-time with the portal, and with me is John Apfeld, and he's been working on the project with us. So, yeah, the organization is one that I want to say thanks to the council and the county for the support to Valley Roots and its forming. It was something that we brought before this council previously. And so I think if we've got my slides, thank you. I obviously want to speak in favor of the variance and tell you why. And as you alluded, if that meant a further meeting, we are totally open to that. So Valley Roots formed out of the Homeless No More strategy, and it was 5 nonprofit organizations that got together and said, there's no affordable housing association in the Valley. We need to establish one. And so the 5 organizations are well connected with the population that needs affordable housing, but we've got certain things, and I'll go to the next slide, certain things that are quite important to Valley Roots, and I think to the county and the people of Kings County. Oh, I've got the clicker. I do have the clicker. I'm fine. So Valley Roots, this is who we are. We want to see mixed income. We want to see it affordable, sustainable, and attainable housing. So it doesn't mean that we're building housing that is 100% deeply affordable, but it's always going to be a mix of market, deeply affordable, and affordable. And we've obviously had conversations about what those definitions are. We want to be pushing for maximum green space and lots of room for building community, and different developments will be aimed at different populations, seniors, families, single parents, etc. This is one of those intentional communities and intentional targets. We definitely want to work hard at not stigmatizing the very thing we're building so that people don't look and go, oh, look, social housing, because it needs to be attractive across the spectrum of income. This design in particular is one that's some considerations for the site and also the buildings is in line with our values, and that's that it needs to be as close to net zero as possible so that we can keep utilities affordable for the average person that's living there as well as those that need affordable housing. We also are working with one of the organizations, which is Valley Community Learning Association, at ensuring that there's skill building partnerships involved in not just this development but future developments. And we're building models so that as we build affordable housing that's mixed, we can replicate that model throughout hopefully the valley, but especially Kings County, where the highest numbers of people needing housing are. And also one thing we want to always see, and it would be great if we had a fantastic transportation strategy that was in operation, but in the meantime we want to make sure we're close to transportation and services for those builds. Now I'll use the clicker. As was mentioned earlier, this is the desired site plan, and the concerns are with the site conditions itself, and that's also a desire why we would want to go for less parking spots, because as you go towards the sensitive area, some issues could come up with environmental assessment of that sensitive area. There's a brook down there in the ravine, as well as it's going to incur us more costs in terms of bringing in fill, added pavement, and those kind of things. So some of the site plan or site conditions is certainly a concern. Thanks to the folks that are working like John and others, the homework was done in terms of access for Valley Waste, also home care services, drop-offs, and certainly conversations already with Public Works. We're well aware that we are not planning to have parking on the street, and it's probably, when I think I've said all those things, I don't need to repeat anything that's on my slide, but further to the demographic, that mixed income. With 32 units on this site, 10 or 11 are market, 10 or 11 are affordable, which is 80% of market, and 10 or 11 are deeply affordable allow for subsidies and things like that. Obviously, cost factors for this development is crucial. If you borrow too much money, your rents need to be high. So the idea is to keep our costs reasonable while still making an attractive community and an attractive cluster of buildings. And there's lots of people working pretty hard on that. So that's a big piece of this. If the costs go up because of the site conditions, or the cost goes up because of adding parking spaces, which in our view are not needed, because the 5 organizations that work with the very clients, or you could say residents that will live in this community, they are close to the bus stop, which literally stops in front of the buildings, and they're close to all services and things like that. So our estimation of the number of units or the number of parking stalls needed when you have that kind of demographic of 33% affordable, 33% deeply affordable, and 33% market, we should be totally fine with 32 spaces. I think I've already said it, so the reverse would be is if we went with the original, or not the original, but the undesired site plan, there's going to be further costs, and we're very cautious of that sensitive area there by the creek. As councillors know, and as many of our residents in Kings County know, the trend is to higher density, less parking lots and parking spaces, considering the environment with less driving, closer to amenities, and encouraging walking and lifestyle issues. and certainly pursuing in every way we can to have more affordable housing available in this housing crisis that we're in the midst of. We're not expecting that this would be a prototype for you as a council, us always asking for reduction in parking spaces, but we are hoping that as Valley Roots builds one community, they could build several communities to address the hundreds of people, if not thousands of people across the county and the valley that need affordable housing. So that is the things I wanted to bring to your attention in our request to vary the parking and to request that variance.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Is there any member of council who wishes to ask a question or two of clarification? I see none. Of course, this is an admirable project. There's nobody at this table that would question that. And we appreciate you taking it on. I see a light go on now, but now I'm going to finish what I said. Okay. First of all, you've heard the presentation. She doesn't have the authority to give what you're asking at the present time unless something changes. And you have no ability to tell your tenants they can't have a car, right?
Generally, no.
No. Generally, no?
No, that's true. But considering the amount of experience these agencies have with people that need deeply affordable.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that logic, yes. And we can't have them stacking up on the street, so.
Yeah.
The deputy mayor has some questions.
Oh, I don't have a question. I'm just ready to, when the motion allows, I'm ready to not make it, but make the other one probably. But I'll wait till we get there. Do things in due time, sorry.
Anyone else wish to ask a question of clarification? No? Well, thank you, sir, for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you for the time.
Ms. Burgess, do you have anything further? I'm sorry.
I don't believe so at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Could I ask a question about process?
Of course.
Does discussion now follow and then decision tonight?
There will be a motion that will elicit discussion around and debate around the motion, and a decision would be made.
Okay, that helps.
One way or the other.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
stick around.
Okay. So the options that we're faced with, Ms. Burgess, are what?
So I don't know if you just wanted to open the floor to anybody who was in the notification area in case they happened to be here. I know a lot of people here for a different purpose, but maybe somebody did come that was in my notification area.
Mr. Apple, did you wish to speak?
I would speak in favor.
He's got the facts and the numbers here, if asked.
It pretty much needs to be something different from what Mr. Sanchez said.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
My name's John Appel. I live on 339 Long Beach Road. Basically, my thing about this, I've been building non-affordable housing for nonprofits for a long time. And there is a trend to reduce parking, not only in this kind of a multifamily, but across the board in densified areas. You're asking for densification. You're looking for people to build in the urban area and downtown. Well, we can't do that if we have more parking than space for units. So that you will see that trend come on. So right now what this building is doing is there's a number of areas that we didn't touch on, that Russ didn't touch on. We'd like to push the buildings back so that we're not overhanging into the valley, and we don't want to bring our equipment down in that area if we can help it. So we would want to do that. There are a lot of issues with it. Just to talk about the numbers, to drop the thing down, will over the over the time period of 15 years that paving would be there, we will be saving $85,000 for the project. So, it's a significant amount of money for an affordable housing project, and you're going to see, as you go forward trying to build more affordable housing, you're going to see that over and over again, where we have to find a way to bring the cost down. Cost of materials is, as you know, building a single-family home now, you can't do that for less than $400,000. So we're trying to build things for people who need a place to stay, and the only way we can do it is just keep finding areas to save some money. As you can see, Building A is what and B are what we're moving. C and D are going to stay the way they are. But, if we can move Building A back towards there, we'll save that little bit of areas where we have to do excavation into the valley. And we want to save that because we don't even have a number on that because we don't know exactly how we're going to get that in there. So we'll be putting something in there if we don't get the variance, we're going to have to figure out how to retain that wall. But if we can push it back, it'll help us a lot and save us a ton of money. So well, that's about all I've got. I just want to make sure that you understand that affordable housing, it costs the same amount to build as market housing. So where are we going to find those savings to build affordable housing? There's only a few areas we can do. This project we have 6 3-bedrooms, 12 2-bedrooms, 10 1-bedrooms, and 4 studios. So there's 6 units that are going to be 3 bedrooms. So that's all. The rest are going to be 2 or 1 or studios. And we don't see our studio clients necessarily having cars. And I didn't come up with that. We brought that from all 5 of the members of Valley Roots. And I didn't put it in our thing. We have letters of support from all 5 nonprofits saying that they feel that this reduction in parking is adequate for the clientele that they have been working with for years. And that's about all I can do. And we did get everything that you wanted from Department of Transportation, Valley Waste, and the fire department. So we've checked all the boxes that we can do. The rest is up to you.
We're the stubborn ones, you're saying. Councilor Armstrong, you had a question of clarification?
I do have a question, if you don't mind. Yeah. So there's 32 units.
Yes.
5 are market?
No.
At a market rate? How many are at a market rate?
It'll be 11.
11?
And
okay.
11 affordable and 10 deeply affordable.
Okay. So of those 11, you could be looking at 2 people, both with a car.
You could be, yes.
Right. So if that's the case, out of 11 units, you're talking about 22 cars.
Yes.
And you'd only have 32 spaces. So for the rest of your units, you would only have what did I say? 10 spaces left for how many units? Another 20 units?
Yes.
That doesn't seem quite right.
Well,
I mean,
again,
I understand the mindset.
Okay.
But, like your affordable units, I think what you're trying to say is that possibly the people that are in the deeply affordable may not, once they have a place.
I don't want to stigmatize
anybody. No, I don't either.
So
but I'm trying to justify
I'm only
what
going
you're asking
by
here.
what we were talked to our members in Valley Roots and what they came back with. Because I can only, that's only all I can speak to right now. But yes, you're right.
And you wouldn't be prepared to tell the people that come in your market units that they can't bring 2 cars?
Would we be prepared to do that?
Yeah.
There may be some restrictions that we can put on. There's nothing saying that we can't put restrictions on some of the units. Whether we would do that, I don't know, but it all depends on how we see this going when we start going to the market. But yes, you can say that this unit here would not have a parking spot. That is something we could do. I don't think there's anything in the Tenant Act or that would prohibit us from restricting car parking on that site.
Okay.
But I haven't looked that up, so.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to interrupt you just for a second because one of our planners has their light on that might be of assistance. Ms. Jabrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the benefit of council, I thought I would just interject a few clarifications. Parking variances are very new to the municipality. It is a new permission that we wrote into the 2019 land use bylaw. So this is actually the very first parking variance you have heard. But I wanted to clarify the development officer's statement when she had indicated the new information that would be spoken about by the applicants. She is only able to evaluate the application based on its merits and what was disclosed. So the issue that, from a regulatory perspective, that we ran into is we can't regulate the type of tenant, which forces her to the answer that she got to. What potentially council could be looking at is there merit in the discussion of the site conditions merit a reduction? If that's at all of use to you. And then the final part that I would mention, based on the mayor's comment about throwing it back to staff for more discussions, that would restart our notification, re-notification, and appeal periods.
Delay the project.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that.
And
yes.
on that note,
Yes.
we're in full design and everything's on hold right now until we get this. And we'd like to be in the ground this year. So.
Gotcha.
No pressure there.
No pressure.
No pressure. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to speed this up and I would like to make a motion if I'm allowed.
Perhaps we can
we see
just see what was going to be recommended? Yeah, may we see that, Ms. Burgess, please?
And through you, Mayor, if there is an alternative motion proposed by or that the development officer has written,
Sure.
if we could see that as well.
So the first option is that council move that the appeal is unsuccessful and uphold the decision of the development officer to refuse the variance for reduction in the required number of parking spaces. And the optional motion is that the appeal be successful and that we overturn the decision of the development officer to refuse the variance.
I would like to move that this one, that we move the appeal is successful and overturn the decision of the development officer.
Do I have a seconder? Hand. Ms. Burgess.
Councilor Burgess.
So we have a mover and a seconder that municipal council overturn the decision of the development officer to refuse the variance for the reduction in the required number of automobile parking spaces for a development on PID 5520-3228 Highbury Road in Minas. It's been moved and seconded. Speakers, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I feel very strongly that we should be approving this. I believe the development officer did their job absolutely to the letter. I think the issue is with the letter itself and that the requirement for parking spaces be 1.5. So I think that this is outside of this particular motion, but related. But I do think when we passed the land use bylaw in 2019, it was prior to COVID. It was prior to the housing crisis. It was prior to a lot of the things we see currently today. And I do think that, and as was noted by the applicant, that we are moving toward a world in which parking spaces are a lot less valuable and seen more as a nuisance and taking up real estate in our urban centers instead of contributing to society. So in Bridgewater, they've been approving plantings that have no parking spaces whatsoever, that have 0 parking spaces attached. It's one of the first that have been approved in Nova Scotia. Do I think we should go that far? Probably not. Not tonight anyway. But I think there's limited things we can do on the issues of affordable housing. Some of them have been mentioned tonight. But if this is one way we can contribute, and even in some small way, I think we have a responsibility to do it. So I fully support the motion because I made it, and would encourage my fellow councillors to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hertel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As much as I imagine eventually New Minas becomes an urban center, it's still very much a growth center, and the surrounding area rural. The reduction of spaces is absolutely going to put a high degree of onus on the surrounding community. Everybody at this point still needs a vehicle to be able to get around. I'm looking at the adjacent neighbors and seeing a parking lot at the Cineplex, realizing that will absolutely become the overflow parking lot for the much needed spaces that are going to be required for the residents of this future building. It then creates a socializing of the problem and puts it on the neighbors, puts it on the community. I think that if you're developing, you need to develop with the cost associated of the development and make sure that they're fully covered in the scope of the project. I can appreciate the desires to keep the project low in cost, but we shouldn't be putting onus back on the community when we can make sure that we're following our policies as set and treat things as though we just need to think through this logically. Like take a view of the surrounding area and realize that although you may be able to walk to a few adjacent businesses, where are people working? Where are they going to go to work? Typically, you're driving to work, and admittedly, our public transit system that we are part of is woefully insufficient. So we can't put the cart before the horse. We need to make sure we're building and not creating issues for the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burgess.
Thank you. I just want to thank Russ for being here. I remember way back in 2020 when we first talked about this agency coming to fruition, not only seeing this come to fruition, but see these projects take place. Very exciting. So thank you for the work that you've done. I just echo the sentiments of our mayor. I've lived in Halifax, and there was plenty of places that I lived in Halifax outside of downtown that you were only allowed to have one car per apartment, and that was what was written into your lease. So this isn't very much out of line with other urban centers. Ways to keep the cost down are beneficial. We know that there is a huge crisis right now. Very exciting to see this come before us, and we've always been told that we are a difficult municipality to get along with, and that we are known as the no municipality. So if there's a way that we can say yes, I believe that we should jump on board that. And no disrespect to our staff, they do the work to the T, and they work tirelessly for us. So thank you for the work that you've done. I just think that as council, if we are able to move things along a little bit smoother for those who are trying to make a difference, we should help them with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I assume those comments were in favor of this motion. Anyone else, any other councillor wish to state their reasons for the manner in which they intend to vote? The result of passing this motion, of course, would be to put it down to a 1-to-1 ratio. And there would be quite an onus on the builders and operators of these buildings to ensure that they aren't, what I'm trying to avoid that stigmatizing word, but that they're not stigmatizing their tenants by putting unreasonable parameters around what they must do in order to occupy these premises. But that's on you. So I will be voting in favor of the motion. I see no other lights. And I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, please, or otherwise, please signify now. The motion is passed with 3 negative votes. I want to I want to thank the staff for the work they've put in on this project. They've done what they had to do. But there's our result. Thank you, Ms. Burgess. And that's all we're going to talk about this, gentlemen. If you wish to go, you feel free. Moving to item 7, Planning Advisory Committee recommendations of April 9th, 2024. Councillor Armstrong, will you be taking these recommendations? Or do you wish me to take them?
No, that's fine. I just make sure they get them in front of me first. Our first motion is that Municipal Council give final consideration to entering into a development agreement to permit the development of a campground at 5734 Highway 358, PID 55014534 Scots Bay, which is substantively the same for minor differences in form, as the draft set out in the report dated March 12, 2024. I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Discussion on the motion. This is, Councillor Hurdle, not one that you were present for the public hearing, so.
I wanted to make that statement.
You were just
yes.
going to declare that, okay. Councillor Allen, the motion's been made and seconded. Did you wish to
I do so.
address it? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Over the past few weeks, I've given a great deal of thought to the proposed development agreement for a campground in Scots Bay. I've come to the conclusion I will definitely be voting against this proposal. Our MPS policy 2.2.12 states, in evaluating development proposals, council shall be satisfied that the proposal will not negatively impact nearby agricultural operations or contribute to undue conflict with rural residents. Our MPS policy 5.3.7 states this development agreement shall have no negative impacts on neighboring farm operations. Having a campground sharing common property lines with the farm would lead to some conflict. This farm currently has numerous barns, but due to the increase in demand for poultry products, one barn is presently under construction with 2 additional barns being added within the next 5 years. These large poultry barns, each holding up to 50,000 chickens, will give off a very unpleasant odor of chicken manure, also produce large number of flies, and create noise disruptive to people in the campground. In this poultry industry, chicken catchers arrive late at night, and their equipment produces light pollution and noise with a loud piercing beep, beep, beep when these pieces of equipment are reversing. For example, there is a large campground in Kings County that shares a small part of the property line with a neighboring poultry farm. The company that provides poultry catching services to this farm says that the employees have been physically confronted by campers who crossed over onto this posted biosecurity farm, demanding that the chicken catchers stop. Another point I want to make is that this is a biosecurity farm. This type of farm posts signs which inform pedestrians not to cross over in the hopes of preventing avian influenza, more commonly known as bird flu. People don't always obey signs, and if they cross over, they can carry infected bird droppings into the farm area. As I said previously, people don't always follow signs. For example, of this is what happens at Peggy's Cove. There are a number of signs posted in Peggy's Cove. They state, danger, death has occurred here, dark rocks are slippery, stay away, back. Don't take risks, leave here alive. There's seldom a year goes by where there isn't a life lost here, even though they have seen these warning signs. Another concern is young children may decide to wander over onto the farm. Serious injuries could result from them playing near a dangerous farm equipment and machinery. Another concern is that campers approaching horses for taking pictures, selfies, getting too close to these animals, and possibly getting kicked, resulting in serious injury. These horses can choke also if a camper feeds them apples, resulting in death of the horse. Normally, to feed horses apples, you need to cut them up before feeding them. Some of these concerns that I have mentioned have happened here in the Annapolis Valley farming community. In 2017, a small child lost her life hiding in tall grass while the farmer was mowing the hayfield. In February 2022, 12,000 turkeys in the Gaspereau area had to be destroyed because the flock were infected with the bird flu. In February 2023, in the Centerville area, a poultry barn was vandalized with the power being turned off, resulting in the total loss of the flock. I want it known that I'm not against campgrounds, but I am strongly feel that campgrounds should not be located beside any farm. In closing, I want to thank everyone here tonight and for listening to my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, like Councillor Allen and everyone around this horseshoe, has been mulling this over for quite some time and listened, spent 5 hours here last Thursday night listening to all the conversation and PAC in March and Council in the 1st of April. And there's been a lot said. And I have come to a decision, but I wanted to speak first to some of the things that when I came to my decision, I did not take into consideration. I did not take into consideration traffic and sidewalks. I thank you for the study, but we have reinforced many times that traffic and roads are the exclusive domain of the province of Nova Scotia. As for a sidewalk, I believe one of the speakers boasted that Scots Bay has 7 volunteer groups and societies. Why don't you pool your resources and put in a walking trail parallel to Highway 358, nice and wide for walkers, joggers, strollers, and it would be a big draw for your community. I also did not take into consideration water supply issues. With all due respect to Mr. Millard and his learned opinion, you will never convince me that a 100-site campground will have a more detrimental effect on the Scots Bay water supply than the existing and contemplated chicken barns. I did not take into account the idyllic lifestyle that you all seem to enjoy. I think it's wonderful. But, we all have that in our homes, and we hold them as special in our hearts. There were comments made that this was supported by the majority of Scots Bay residents, and yet we had people tell us that it was very divisive. So you can't really have both. Either you're supportive or it's divisive, one or the other. You had your petitions, which I have here and I've gone through, and out of 1,456 signatures, there were only 226 that were from Kings County, and there were only 47 which were from Scots Bay and South Scots Bay. I did not necessarily take into consideration the dirt, the noise, the flies from the chicken barns. I don't disagree that it's a problem, and I don't disagree that it would be an issue for the campers. But it will be an issue for the new chicken barn that's being built right beside a playground. So, I've been a councillor for 8 years. I have the utmost respect for my fellow councillors, even when, and perhaps especially when we disagree. Our staff is the best. Their experience and knowledge guide our decisions. I get it. You don't respect us or our staff. I look forward to seeing your names on the ballot in October. Finally, I believe it is my job to interpret the MPS and the LUB as they apply to all planning applications. And as yet, I have no regrets on any decisions I've made in this chair. In this case, the one thing I cannot reconcile is the shared southern boundary between the proponent's property and the farmland abutting, that being the horse farm. So in cases of conflict, agriculture takes priority, and therefore I vote no.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burgess.
Thank you. Yes, this has been a really difficult decision for myself, and I know that I can attest to many of us are on this horseshoe. When I was first elected, a councillor who was more experienced than me said that we don't make decisions based on our hearts, we must make them on policy. However, this has been one that really makes us consider the human aspect. I'm a certified educational assistant and early childhood educator. I've been passionate about equity, inclusion, and diversity my entire life. It's exciting to hear about a social enterprise that thinks outside of the box and creates gainful economic for those that may not necessarily have those opportunities. What most of you in this room will not know is I grew up in Scots Bay every summer. My grandparents lived in Scots Bay in the summer. My family still resides there in the summer, and my cousin's daughter's middle name is actually Bay because of the place that they call home. When they come back to Nova Scotia, they live in Calgary. It's very close to my heart, and I understand why it's very close to yours. When I was younger, I've also spent a substantial amount of time living and working on a broodmare farm in Alberta. We had 40 head of percherons, and so I'm very familiar with equine behavior and the unpredictability of such animals. My family owns farmland in West Hants. We've watched family and neighbors sell off viable agricultural land for development because without someone farming the land is no more viable than if it was developed. But land is not something that we can get back. On paper, by procedure, it works, but long term, does it work? We can't predict the future, but we can protect possibility. There are great safety concerns at hand here with traffic, with fire. There's a lack of cell phone reception. There's environmental concerns. There's conflict with agriculture. We can't get land back, and you can't undo what is done. There are economic concerns. There's a lot of what ifs. We also, as a county, have committed to farming and environment. Yes, we are also very committed to inclusion and equity and diversity, but an important piece of what makes us who we are is agriculture. I'd like to finish this by saying a huge thank you to those who spoke and those who've attended our public hearing. We've heard many great points. We've heard many contradictions. We've heard some things that were totally unnecessary, but it's obvious that you're very passionate and poignant when it comes to your community. This is a community rich with history. I'd like to note that over these last 4 years, we have been at the cusp of change, which has been difficult. My colleagues and I have had to make some very tough choices and decisions based on changes which are necessary, although that change comes with a certain level of uncomfortableness. It's true we don't always reside in these areas that we make the decisions, but I know that each one of these individuals who sit here with me make these decisions based on faith and based in good faith and focused on policy and sustainable growth. I will be voting a no in terms of this because of the agricultural component that is at conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There have been a lot of concerns raised about this application since October 2021, and conversely, I've received quite a lot of supportive voices as well. Most are afraid of retaliation if they came forward. As councillors, we are asked to make hard decisions that sometimes are not received well, and sometimes they are. But this isn't about like or dislike, speculation or guessing. This is about reality, and perception and reality are two very different things. Our municipal staff are educated and experienced individuals that work tirelessly to ensure policies and procedures are upheld. The hundreds of pages of information and data on this one application are a testament to their dedication to hold up strategy and proposed action. All departments, including and not limited to the Department of Public Works, which is provincial, the Department of Environment and Climate Change, also provincial, as well as fire services and many other departments, were consulted in the usual fashion to ensure that this development agreement follows the MPS outlining the municipality's economic development goals, objectives, and policies. One of which is to facilitate and promote outdoor recreation and ecotourism, opportunities providing nature-based tourism where a tourist can observe and appreciate the natural and scenic aspects of Scots Bay. This proposed application is also consistent with the intent of building employment and the capacity for skill building for people with limited and varying abilities, allowing the municipality's goal of a diverse economic base encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation. The phased approach, which extends out to 2029, allows the applicant as well as the municipality to see what works and what doesn't going forward. With phase 2 in particular, of the 3 phases, it can only commence once an approved on-site sewage disposal is installed. A2 land, which is mixed rural use designation, allows more tourism-based on businesses on the land. Most tourism-based businesses are primarily active between May to roughly October, leaving 6 or 7 months of the year unused. That includes for poor weather days and rain, or just a slow tourism season. A1 land is restricted to agriculture and agricultural-related businesses, but it allows businesses like vineyards or farm markets, even restaurants, to build buildings and parking lots on designated A1 land, allowing agribusinesses to operate through a 12-month full year cycle. Out of the 98 plus acres the applicant has on the rural mixed use land of A2, only 45 acres is intended for this whole application. 5 acres are currently active with winter wheat and hay, while the remaining 90 plus acres have sat inactive for decades. As outlined in our strategy for belonging, the vision of a community of communities where all people belong, I believe there's room for everyone to thrive in Kings County. The proposed CAMP, which is CAPMP, which stands for Community Assisting Many People, in this application, in my opinion, not only supports the policies and objectives of the MPS, it also meets the general criteria for and encourages people with various disabilities to gain valuable skill building and employment opportunities, as well as help other existing businesses that are already in the area. I could go on, but I'd like to leave time and space for other councillors to weigh in. With that, I will be supporting this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Lutz.
Thank you, Mayor Matart. I'd begin by echoing a lot of the comments around the table that often I think council can be viewed as a monolith, and that we are, that we can seem uncaring, and that we can seem too objective and too administrative and too bureaucratic and removed from community. And one thing that became abundantly clear during the public hearing is that we don't do a good enough job humanizing ourselves as individuals who also exist within communities and who rent these seats for 4 years at a time because we believe in debate and because we really care about community. So I find it very difficult when these issues arise and we're put in a box, and I hate being put in a box because I'm not a box, a lot of things. And that goes for all of us. So I hate getting emotional, but I could have predicted this would happen. It's because it's an emotional issue, and it's because we're here because we really have listened to what you have to say. And it's also because we can imagine the struggle that you are facing. And for many people, that struggle is our fault. I don't believe it is. I think there's a lot of things at play, and there's a lot of reasons these applications are set up the way they are, and that developments are proposed the way they are. And there's a reason developments take so long. It's not always because because of us. It's because of the way things are set up and structured in an attempt to create dialogue, and it doesn't always work, and we are not perfect. And I will say that every time I sit in this chair. We are not perfect. We are not perfect as individuals, and we're not perfect as a whole, but we are the best that Kings County has at this current moment until October. So we have to do what we think is right. And I thought a lot about my own community during this conversation. So I live in Morristown, very heavily developed in farmland. I'm a farmer. I have a farming background. I have a small business background. Morristown is heavily farmed, and there's a lot of what you would expect conflict in Morristown. I think we get along pretty well. We have a garage, we have a couple businesses, we have a campground. And I tried to imagine, if the campground wasn't there, how the farming community and how our community would receive a campground if it was pitched today. I tried to roll myself backwards and try to imagine how that process would unfold and what the concerns might be. I love living by a campground. It's very small portion of the year that things happen there. It's rowdy. I don't believe the campground that's proposed will be remotely as rowdy as Fox Mountain is, and Fox Mountain is what it is, and that's how they are. So I tried to, we are never going to escape conflict. So when I look back at how I try to come to some rationale here, is I was on council in 2019 when we passed the land use bylaw. And I remember poor soils lots, which were lots that you could carve out, that were crazy shaped lots that were designed to try to help development happen on agricultural land. And I remember 20-acre lots, which were horrendous in terms of loss of agricultural land. And I remember pre-94 lots, which also contributed to a huge amount of class 1 and class 2 soil being lost in this county. And we closed every single one of those loopholes on this council. So I reject any notion that this council has done anything intentional to lose farmland in this county, because we have worked extremely hard. And I'm going to say 80% of the phone calls I receive are people complaining to me that they cannot build on farmland. It is the number one issue I deal with is people saying, I have this perfect lot. I want to build an in-law suite. I think, there's this field that hasn't been planted in strawberries for 15 years. I could put 12 units on here. We could solve the housing crisis. And we say no. We spend so much time saying no to development on farmland that I have to get that on the record, that we work so hard as a county. It comes first in almost everything we do. So I have to just get that on the record, that there are lots of reasons that farmers are struggling, but I think our zoning is not the number one, for sure, reason. So when I go back to that process in 2019 when we passed the land use bylaw, I think about when we had so much conversation about A1 and A2, and how much protection should we be offering A2, and if we overprotect, are we going to see erosion of the bylaw? And so this is something we always talk about. If we're too restrictive, then are they going to boot all the pro-farmland councilors out and put in people who just want to develop the county, and then change all the rules, and then all of a sudden now there's no farmland protected because we've created too much, we've created an imbalance. So one of the things, and I remember sitting through hours and hours and hours of PAC meetings about A2, and we talked about it, and we said, it's not class 1 and 2 soils necessarily, but there is farming out there. So there's going to be conflict. It's mostly on the north and south mountains. But it was an acknowledgement when we had less restrictions on A2 that people live rurally. We all live rurally because we were allowed to build in rural areas. And it doesn't allow for subdivisions, it doesn't allow for density, but it allows, in some cases, for where it makes sense, development to occur. Because people want to live rurally, but we also recognize it has to be controlled. And that control is what I keep coming back to as I try and struggle with this decision, is that control when we have a development agreement. We have an option for a development agreement in A2 for a reason, because we recognize that there are certain uses that could be appropriate in rural areas where farming happens. And so that risk is there, but we have an option to mitigate it using a development agreement, which is a blunt tool. It's not always the best tool. It was better than a rezoning in this case in terms when it came to mitigating some of those risks and those impacts. But it was there for a reason, to encourage visitor-oriented stays. And that is the reason I'll be voting for this. For that reason, because the DA is allowed, and I think if we've misinterpreted this, we will find out. Like, we will, if there's something that happens after this or there's an appeal, we will know. But we have a bit of a contradiction here between these two clauses, and I don't know what will happen after this, but in my mind, that this proposal is good, and they have bent over backwards to address concerns, and they have a beautiful vision, and I believe that if even 10% of the things that we are worried about happen, we would never approve a campground ever again anywhere, because it would be awful. But I believe that the work has been done on our staff's part, where work has been done on the applicant's part, and I believe that we can be diverse, and two things can be true at the same times, and we can have good relations, and that's okay in this instance. So I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harding.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep it short, but I grew up on a farm and next to a farm, and I spent a lot of time taking dead chickens out of barns. And back then, CFB Greenwood was flying the Argus, and over top of the barns they would go. So they were asked by the Farmers Federation, to stop flying over the barns. But I admit, good many weeks I carried out dead chickens because of noise, because of the planes going over, many losses to the farmer. And I believe in this campground, I do. We have one in my area, just like Deputy Mayor was talking about, but it's just outside the community. So it doesn't really affect the community itself. But it was a good vision for this campground, but another thing I really understand is horses. And horses are spooked, and you just don't have a lot going on around where you keep a lot of horses, or you're going to run into trouble. So for this, I will be voting no for the campground. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Killam.
Thank you, Mayor. I woke up this morning, 3:30, and this was on my mind. And it too has gotten a bit emotional with respect to the application and its purpose. I guess I have a few things written here. I'll maybe be able to do it better this way. For many, the decision to turn down the application for a campground located in Scots Bay should be an easy one, especially after hearing many submissions and presentations from members of the community of Scots Bay. On the other hand, we have received many emails and letters hearing members of the community who are also in support of this project. We also heard professional opinions from the agricultural community, groundwater specialists, highway safety consultants, fire safety professionals regarding the wildfire threats and the one-way in and one-way out of that area. Yeah, we talked about the issues around fireworks, how it may impact the poultry, but also the horse operation. The other thing was the reports on how much water will be consumed by the campsite, and also how much water is consumed by future intensive poultry operations. And that's being planned for expansion of, I think, a couple more barns. But I was told from reliable sources that each poultry barn fully occupied would consume about 20,000 liters per day. And then it is estimated that the same amount could be depleted from the campground operation. Traffic and pedestrian concerns were also raised by both consultants and local residents, as there are no sidewalks or crosswalks located in the area to access the beach. And just on that note, if we do approve the campground and there are no sidewalks or crosswalks that are put in place, and people are possibly injured or worse, where does the liability lie for the municipality? But important is the applicant itself, him and herself. Just a question. I don't know the answer, but maybe somebody else does. It's already been brought up that the trucks accessing the barns will be noisy and cause issues for campers. Concerns also raised were the odors and noise from the close proximity to the campground and the possible future conflict from the community, as this intensive poultry operation may increase and cause issues within the community. I'm mixed messages there a little bit, but sorry about that. I'd just like to point out too that a little background on me. I was raised on a family farm in Woodville, and we had dairy, and we did raise some poultry, and we produced about 9,000 bushels of apples every year. So I have that background of what, on a smaller scale, of course, of what farming is all about and the hard work that's put into it. So I just wanted to mention that. I was, after hearing all the submissions and what's been taking place there, I was just curious as to where the campground had made application for this particular project. I was just curious as to why the poultry barn was placed so far to the campground line, and plans for more when there was information provided that there could be a campground next door. I don't know. And I also wonder if indeed the applicant had been aware that this was going to happen, whether they'd reassess the application based on the future conflicts that will probably happen. But that's not for me to say. I want to speak a little bit about the applicants. Mr. and Mrs. Scaling work hard in the community and have dedicated their lives to protect the community at large and help people recover from injury to lead a healthier life. And they are community leaders and very thankful for the work they do. The concept of this social enterprise in offering people with different abilities the chance to learn how to do different tasks and provide the ability to maybe have a job is wonderful. I could go on a little bit further. So that's where I'm at, and I still can't say definitely at this moment. I will make a decision how I'm going to go with this, but I leave just those thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just a few comments I'd like to make. You know, I certainly, being the new kid on the block, been thrown into a bit of a hornet's nest when it comes to this campground, and the passion, of course, that everybody has with it. I'd just like to first off say that I've obviously, I know Jeff and Julie very well. You know, I consider them friends, and they're two excellent people that live in an amazing community. So you should be very blessed to all be in the same community with these two, because they're salt of the earth people. Our last meeting, I was on the fence with this. Of course, I listened to everything, I read everything, I've made notes, dozens of notes here on things that are going on. There were quite a few legit arguments that I listened to the other night, starting with the gentleman whose house is right there in the yard of the campground, whose little kids are there and were nervous about looking at his windows. Chelsea, who was well versed on incidents that happen in campgrounds. The veterinarian that was here that spoke about stresses on animals. Most of you don't know this, but a horse actually jumped in front of my ambulance one night years ago, and we struck it and killed it, and almost lost our lives ourselves because of a spook of a horse. The horse only heard noises from a distance, and when it jumped the fence, we hit it at 2 o'clock in the morning, completely destroying the ambulance and almost getting killed ourselves. So that hit home with me when she was discussing that about horses. They're very unpredictable animals. Most don't know, my kid's been working in chicken barns. I have a little bit I'm well versed in it because my kids have been working with Halliburton Farms in Avonport since they were quite little, 13 years old. So they've always came home to me and told me stories about the chickens and how they can't stress them out, because if they stress them out, they die. Also how clean they need to be in there when they're around these chickens, because there's potential for viruses and bacteria. There's a lot that's gone on. I've lost sleep over this. I've obviously opened my mouth and said things that I probably shouldn't have because of my emotions. I kind of wear my heart on my sleeve. So I apologize for that part of it. But I have met with Jeff as well. No secret there. And this has been a difficult one. I was honestly I didn't even know how I was going to vote tonight. But just with the information that we received, the flip-flopping's been back and forth in my head. Either way, people are going to be upset with our decision of whether we do or don't vote for this. One big thing that stuck with me was following your dreams. I played music for 30 years and I signed a record deal last year at my age, which is old. So you follow your dreams. I tell that to my kids all the time, follow your dreams. And I'm glad that Jeff and Julie have followed their dream to do this. In saying that, I don't know if this is the best place to do what they want to do. I don't want them to not follow the dream of having something that they really want to have. Maybe something bigger and better, maybe working with the community, maybe something else can come of this if the campground isn't what's going to be. But again, I would hope that if this does not pass tonight, that the community doesn't divide like it did, because there's nothing worse than not being friends with your neighbor. There's nothing worse than bullying each other and being mean to each other. So I'm going to make my decision on what the vote is here very shortly. And if it doesn't go through, I hope all the best for Jeff and Julie, and I hope this doesn't hurt our friendship. And I hope that all of you guys can all get back together as a community and be as one and enjoy each other. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I guess that just leaves me. And those of you that thought this was a homogeneous group on every occasion, I hope the people around the table have managed to dispel that thought. I've made the choice to follow each presentation and the rationale behind each presentation, and inform myself fully as to what the presentation contained and how accurate it was. And so I want to talk a bit about that. I want, first of all, to thank everyone who wrote in and appeared in person to present on this. You've highlighted matters that demanded individual councillors' attention and analysis, and we're grateful for that. It's the very purpose of a public hearing. Let's deal with first principles. Can they create a campground on this lot? Yes, they can. The permissions lie within the planning legislation, the MPS and the LUB, and I won't bore you by reading those again. The issue of A2 land is a difficult one. A2 land, in my view, and I'll tell you in a minute more about what I think about that, A2 land encompasses what we didn't consider to be prime agricultural land and forestry. And why we decided to call it A2 is beyond me. I think it should have, I think forestry should have its own designation. And if you're talking about land that might possibly be arable, then that should have another designation. But we have what we have, and so that's what we're dealing with now. It's possible that we should re-examine the A2 designation. So a PIM was held way back in February of 22. Neighboring property owners and others at that time expressed the concern that if the activity of a campground was to be enabled through a map amendment, changing it to P1, that wouldn't contain enough restriction around the proposal that would give anybody any comfort who was on either side. And so it was determined through discussion between the planners and the applicants that they would change it to do it by development agreement so that they would submit themselves to certain restrictions, certain setbacks, certain control over lighting and noise and activities. And that's what's contained within the development agreement. And there's a parcel within which they can develop, and there's the outside of that beyond which they can't develop. So it's, as has been said already, it's a contract. So that's the may they, can they, yes. And then there's the should be, should they. And then there's a few comments before I begin that analysis. So I'd ask you to bear with me. Councillor Davison's already apologized for the exchange of posts on Facebook. I've not heard any apologies coming from any other direction, so I'd ask you to forgive Councillor Davison his brief release from reality. I can't look at him when I say that, but we'll be talking about that. It's inappropriate unrestraint by the councillor, yes, but it's not disqualifying as to the issue which we're determining tonight. I did not hear them, but I'm advised that others heard derogatory remarks in this room about persons with disabilities. I sure hope that's not true. If it were to be true, it's unacceptable, because we here in the municipality, as representatives of the municipality, pride ourselves in being fully inclusive. I had the opportunity to view, while we're talking about bad behavior, I had the opportunity to view a video published by an individual whom I won't name, produced inside a half-ton truck while driving down Scots Bay Road, and his verbal narrative highlighting the anti-campground signs posted in the road limit while he intersperses maligning comments about the mayor, the councillor for the district, and the members of Councillor Genery. Again, not necessary. It doesn't influence us one way or the other, and it's just unseemly. Someone was wise enough to see that it was taken down early in the game. So bad behavior has existed throughout this, and it's all been totally unnecessary, no matter what direction it was coming from. And last, on that note, after that, I attended at the invitation of Ms. Steele and in the company of Councillor Granger a meeting of a considerable number of residents of the area held at Scots Bay Community Centre to hear the nature of the concerns at that time. Persons from the community that have expressed support for the project weren't present. It was back to the point of them, of those folks seeming to be seeming not to want to be exposed to aggression or divisiveness has kept them away, other than by writing or calling in. At that meeting, again, unfortunately, inappropriate, aggressive comments were directed toward the councillor. Not necessary. So I'm done with that. We all recognize passion. It's always preferable if it's expressed in a fact-based and respectful fashion. I have, of course, as I know my fellow councillors have, toured the area many times, both before and after this application. I have taken the opportunity to read every letter, every email, and every report on this file. As you can appreciate, we've received many letters and other communications on both sides. Generally, the communications that oppose the application list the following or similar concerns, and I'm going to try to address each one. Dangers posed by more vehicles being introduced. The difficulty I'm having with that statement is that the community is continually inviting more traffic to its community and continually advertising as a tourist destination through its own website, its small provincial beach park, its restaurant, its promotion of Cape Split Provincial Park, and its underlying reasoning for grant funding from this municipality for a new wharf and the contemplation of a future tourist center. I don't know how you square those two things. Introduction of noise to a quiet neighborhood. I'm left to ponder how this differs from that generated by the community hall, the playground, industrial fans, backup signals that have been referred to as taking place at all hours, etc. at this time. Pollution of the salt marshes. It was commented on, but there was no likelihood identified that this would occur. Light and noise pollution will occur from this development. Well, that is one of the reasons why there's a development agreement, is to ensure that that does not happen. And they are specifically covered under the development agreement. Guests wandering onto neighboring properties. This is supposition with some obvious grounds, and it needs to be controlled. People express that the 75-foot setback is not adequate to do that. I don't purport to no, I don't understand why they would be wandering, but I've heard the comments made. Existing speed limits are already being exceeded, so there would be pedestrian hazards created. Well, that's valid, and it's already a concern that should be addressed by installing, for one thing, as the comment was made, active transportation pathways, at least on one side of the road, perhaps on both sides of the road. The road's 66 feet wide by legislation. What you're looking at as you travel down the road is about 23 feet wide. So I'm sure lots of folks are cutting their lawns when it's not their lawns. It's the highway property. Lots of room to put in active transportation trails. You don't need a sidewalk. A nice active transportation trail would be adequate. The sight lines between intersections being inadequate, well, not by Nova Scotia Department of Public Works standards, but I'll get back to that. Biosecurity, fear of promotion of avian influenza. It's pretty common knowledge it's only spread by waterfowl. Perhaps we hear stories now about it spreading between species. It's conceivable that one might find it in cattle at some point in time. But even the comment assumes trespass, and facilities, of course, if there's a sign of AI anywhere, you're going to find all barns being totally secured. To be clear, I take the point of the large animal vet who, the young woman that came before us to comment. But to be clear on the biosecurity issue, I'm aware that the bird vet, the poultry vet, has taken the position that he doesn't want to comment on this matter because his concern would only be whether there was standing water on the property that would attract waterfowl. On the horse side, horses can be spooked. I've had 5 horses, including a pregnant one. Nobody likes to have their horses spooked, but I find that it's not a people problem. It's a vehicular problem that usually spooks the horses. Loud noises, jake braking, gunning your engine because you want to toy with the horses. It's an issue. Too much smoke. Ash affecting existing livestock nearby. Well, it's clear that there are already smokehouses, chimneys, and nearby barbecues at the adjacent community hall, church, and playground. I'm not sure what a few more barbecues are going to do in that situation. Protection of the burial grounds, well, the development agreement attends to that. The burial ground is fenced, as I understand it, or if it isn't already, it will be, or would be under the terms of the agreement. Emergency services, getting up the road, well, I agree, too many cars not being able to get out of the way might be problematic for rescue workers, but I don't see impediments, even presently, to pulling off the road if need be. Or if there's an accident in the middle of the road, dragging and emergency vehicles have to get past them. That's still easily attainable. Septic contamination, well, that's, as has been expressed, handled by the Department of Environment. They have to license the system. If it's not going to work, if it's going to cause contamination, then it won't be licensed. It won't happen. Pollution through littering. I see that the development agreement itself provides for a separate building for the deposit of that type of material. Fear of too much water being drawn. Well, Mr. Millard, who's an MSc and a professional geologist, interprets Peter Trescott's 1968 memoir that I had never heard of until he mentioned it, so he sent me back to it. He believed that it expressed the fact that there wasn't enough water there to meet even domestic needs. I read it quite differently. I've read it. And of course, domestic and commercial wells aren't equivalent. One tends normally to go only to the depths that are required to obtain the pumping capacity to yield the adequate supply for your own needs. If the park were to draw, as Mr. Millard mentioned, if the park were to draw 23,000 liters, which is the equivalent of 11,000 gallons a day, then that would be the equivalent of one poultry barn. So it seems that there's lots of water there. As a matter of fact, if you look at Trescott's memoir, at the foot of his opinion, he suggests enough for domestic and commercial, even up on the escarpment, although he discourages its use for irrigation. And there's potential for complaints against farm noises and smells, and that brings into the picture the farmers' rights legislation. And I hear the farmers that are saying, particularly the poultry farmers that are saying sometimes flies get out of control. I live not too far from a poultry barn. I understand that. I don't blame it on the farmer. It's one of those things. If you live in the country, be prepared to put up with what happens in the country. I noted the comment that the Steeles had approached the applicant to partner in this venture or one similar involving bringing the same number of people to another yet nearby location for the same purpose. In view of the list of objections I just went through and the reports and the support letters, I was left a bit confused by this. Visitors would certainly still want to access the beach park. They'd still want to access the wharf. They'd still want to go to Cape Split. It doesn't reduce the traffic. So to take the traffic argument seriously, I have difficulty. So the reports, let me get to that's the correspondence that I can recall. Quickly on the reports, that of Ms. Athena Koros, who is a certified professional accountant and states that she was, and I'm quoting, retained by Mr. Jamie Simpson of Juniper Law on behalf of Cape Split Farms Limited, the Steele family, to undertake and coordinate due diligence in connection with this proposed campground. She has consolidated and summarized the arguments of others at the last hearing and again this evening, and argued the merits or otherwise of several of the matters before us, and at various points also appeared to argue that there's been a denial of natural justice, procedural deficiencies, conflicts of interest. She's publicly alleged that Mr. Scaling has a conflict of interest because he sits with 12 other fire chiefs on a fire service committee, stating incorrectly that he's an employee of the municipality. None of the 13 departments are owned by the municipality. I'll speak to you later, sir, if you wish to speak to me, but not at the present time. Ms. Koros has alleged that one of our planners has a conflict of interest. She offers suggestions as to how our Planning Advisory Committee and Council might be better procedurally conducted in the future. The report of Harborside Transportation Consultants, they're a good firm. Matter of fact, I think they've tendered on one of the RFPs we've put out. I can't find that Harborside is actually a member of TAC. They referred to TAC as being the source of the information they came forward with on their traffic study. So I, obviously, when you get referred to these things, as it was with the Trescott memoir, I went and looked at TAC. TAC has 501 members presently, and the membership includes private companies, consulting firms, educational institutions, manufacturers, suppliers, etc. It's an industry committee. It describes itself as a body that and I quote, hosts technical meetings and symposia to facilitate knowledge exchange. I assume that Harborside maintains an awareness of tax initiatives, one of which TAC describes as a recent initiative in which they synthesized current access management practices for roadway classifications in rural, suburban, and urban areas. And I don't think that Mr. McDonald is here this evening, but I suspect that that's what he was referring to when he referred to TAC as being the source of his opinion. TAC itself emphasizes that it is not a standards-setting body. On the other hand, I don't have any quarrel at all with Harborside's report. It points out several things, among them deficiencies in ideal road alignments and intersections, particularly when people are exceeding the posted speed limit, and the absence of sidewalks or similar public amenities. I take these to be accurately described shortcomings. Without doubt, similar shortcomings are to be found throughout the province. But we're dealing only with this proposal. Nova Scotia relies on its own standards that are managed and enforced by the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works professionals, and those standards are applicable across the province, and we're bound by those standards. Not the ideal. I think that when we get information like that from TAC, it certainly should be looked at, it should be used, it should be recommended for future road building in the province of Nova Scotia. It seems to be created by a think tank that has its finger on the pulse. The Nova Scotia Department of Public Works, of course, did respond to the Harborside report, and I take that response to be a reiteration of its earlier findings that current conditions, speed, setbacks, sightlines, intersections, intersection interactions, etc., do meet the standards necessary for the application. On the issue of transportation, within a short distance of the applicant's property, we find a number of people attractions and therefore traffic attractors. The natural draw of the beauty of the coastline, a restaurant that serves food indoors and out, a provincial park, beach area, residences, summer homes. I forget how many B&Bs, but more than 10. Poultry barns, assembly areas, the community hall, the playground, the church, a smokehouse, and the most traffic-generating attraction of all, of course, Cape Split Provincial Park itself, that draws people from all over the world, inviting them to drive up Highway 359, all the way through the community of Scots Bay to its northernmost endpoint and return. And the wharf, the facility that attracted federal, provincial, and municipal grants based upon a strong argument that, among other things, it would attract additional tourists. And a tourist bureau was being considered. I find it confusing then, considering the development of these attractions and the promotion of oneself as a tourist destination, to now hear recommendations of restricting traffic volumes that might be generated by the development of a campground. Mr. Morton's report. Mr. Morton described his vocation as that of agricultural consultant. We've heard from him again tonight. He's a well-presented chap. He presents reports well. He's cognizant of the efforts and intent of the municipality to perfect farmland. Mr. Morton acknowledges that the lands that the municipality zones A1 are untouchable. We must and we will protect our farmland base. I find his comments professionally written and well informed. I don't question his statistical data. I think, however, that it falls short of capturing the true spirit of the intent of the A2 category. Those of us who would like to protect all woodland, as some of us would, and it was said here, as I recall, I think by Mr. Morton himself, that under those trees may be very good farmland. There, right away, we're put back in a conflict between, do we want to farm the property, do we want to use it for a tourist purpose, or do we want to save our woodland that acts as a carbon sink? There are those of us who cry out for the protection of that forest land from clear cutting and conversion to cropland because of that. I acknowledge that some forestry has the potential to become A1. Presently it's not. It's included in A2. So don't make the mistake that A2 is just vacant land able to be farmed. A2 includes all the forest land. Mr. Morton raises as well the issue of biosecurity for poultry facilities, and that obviously is a serious matter. It is, I think, common knowledge that it is most threatened by wild fowl, notably gulls, geese, and ducks. When biosecurity has been breached, we must shut all the poultry farms down in terms of access by people, and that's happened twice that I'm aware of in Kings County. The facilities here are located, the poultry barn here is located on the coast, the very habitat of wildfowl. The presence of people in the biosecurity context, to me, seems less relevant. In his verbal presentation at the public hearing, Mr. Morton stated as a shocking statistic that 28,000 acres of farmland had been taken out of production. Yes, but it's still A1 land. We still protect it. If you know of anyone that would like to get into the farming business, there's that land, 28,000 acres. The municipality currently has 99,103 acres within its A1 zone. Of that, 58% is in active cultivation. We have 150,616 acres of A2 land, of which 16% is identified as being actively farmed. I'm hearing that some of the presenters would like greater protections for A1. You may be right. Perhaps some of our A2, that is, or A2 rather, I said A1, you'd like greater protections for A2, and I don't disagree. Perhaps some of our A2 that's in active cultivation should be changed to A1, thereby increasing the A1 acreage to something in excess of 100,000. But bearing in mind, half of it's used. Mr. Morton based his report on old soil maps of the province. These maps are constantly debated, and I'm certain that Mr. Morton has argued that fact in support of development on A1 land, on what we had zoned as A1 land on occasion. Lastly, that Trescott's memoir, in addition to commenting on water, interestingly enough, contained the following comment on the land issue. Soils on the North Mountain Island are mostly derived from thin till containing a large percentage of partly weathered basalt cobbles and boulders. As a result, most of the land is suitable only for forest. Areas of thicker till are sometimes moderately productive farmlands, but the stoniness of the soil and occasional rock outcrops are constant problems. I'm getting close to the end. Letters from farm-related organizations written between April and June of 22. The Nova Scotia Chicken Farmers Association wrote, over the signature of Mr. Olton at the time, he being the chair, that this zone isn't intended for anything other than a mix of agricultural, residential, and resource, and he wanted it to remain A2. But then he concludes his letter by saying he thought it was going to be rezoned at that time. He concludes his correspondence with the comment that if the development, open quote, is to proceed, we would expect to see conditions on the development permit aimed at mitigating any concerns expressed by neighboring farmers, close quote. Eden Valley wrote a letter in support of that letter, and Celio Agriculture from Montreal, the general manager of the firm, pointed out that waste products would attract birds and increase biosecurity risk. I can't disagree with that. So finally, on the behavior issue, notwithstanding the fact that these issues always attract passionate advocacy and opposition, it's regrettable when people feel that they have a right to subject others to attack. Disagreements can be expressed, of course. On the other hand, threats or rude asides are unacceptable. I've mentioned a couple of unfortunate exchanges. I encourage everyone to try to get past that. I echo the comments of my fellow councillor, Councillor Davidson. I can say on behalf of council at large generally, we learn from such exchanges, and we have to be very careful and remind ourselves and ensure that we dismiss those events from our deliberations. And I know that this council has managed to do that. It's not an easy task. The difficulty finding one's way around the MPS and LUB, I share your concerns, and I apologize for that. I think we need to work on that. You know, you have to do a deep dive in order to come up with the permissions to do the thing that's before us this evening. You shouldn't have to. So I apologize for the confusing words of the MPS and the LOB. I don't like it. We have to clean it up. It might be helpful, again, as I said previously, to get back to the forest designation and make A1 really A1 land. I would recommend to the applicant, quite frankly, that she not proceed with this, or both of them not proceed with this development, because I predict if things continue to go the way they've been going, that they won't have a day's rest. That said, and for all the reasons that I've just mentioned, I will be voting in favor of the application. Are there any other comments from any councillors? Councillor Killen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted a little clarification, if I heard it correctly earlier. If there's an event of a conflict with the agricultural operations, and as I understood, what I heard was that the farmers are protected from any legal action?
Yes. There is legislation that protects them. It doesn't protect them against being bothered and annoyed by complaints from people, but it protects them from any, you know, if something happens on the farm, or if they spread hog manure, I can't complain about the smells. If you want to live in the country, live with what the country brings. So I'm sorry, does that answer the question?
Yeah, no, it's something for possibly the applicant to consider too. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor or otherwise of the question, please vote now. Excuse me, the motion passes 5-4. 5 in favor and 4 against. Thank you. Moving to item 7B, the application for rezoning in North Kentville. It's been proposed, I'm sorry, you go ahead. As soon as I turn your light on.
Thank you. The Municipal Council give first reading to and hold a public hearing regarding the application to rezone 1.1 acres of vacant parcel fronting on Middle Dyke Road, PID 5549638 North Kentville, from the residential 1 unit R1 zone to the residential 1 and 2 R2 zone as described in Appendix C of the report dated April 9, 2024. I so move.
Do I have a second to the motion? Councillor Davison. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. The motion passes with one negative vote. Moving on to the next item, please.
That Municipal Council authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to proceed with amendments to the municipal planning documents to redesignate a portion of the community of Greenwich as a growth center as described in option 3 of the report dated April 9, 2024. I so move.
Thank you. A seconder to the motion. Councillor Davison, your district. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Oh, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do believe that Ms. Mosier is providing a presentation on this item.
Ms. Mosier, it didn't say that here. Oh, you wrote it in later, didn't you? I'm sorry. Ms. Mosier, would you like to turn your own light on for a second? Okay, when you're ready.
I mean, given the time, if council wants to vote without the presentation, I mean, I'm happy to give it, but we are here to discuss some options for redesignating Greenwich or a portion of Greenwich as a growth center. Staff have received 2 requests from 2 separate property owners in regards to Greenwich and development within it. The first is Terry Henniger, the owner of 377 Sunnyside Road. This property is a 4-acre parcel with 3 separate road frontages, one on Sunnyside in the north, one on Birch Drive in the east, one on Sunnyside again in the south. There is a watercourse and quite a significant ravine that traverses this property, which is one of the reasons why it has not yet been developed. The other is that simply economic factors at this time do not enable cost-effective development given the regulations associated with a rural area. Mr. Henniger would like to develop 2 separate multi-unit dwellings, each having 25 units on this 4-acre parcel. The second property is 9701 and 9693 Commercial Street. The owner is Get Real Properties. This we all may know as the former Horton High site. It is the middle portion of the former Horton High site with the east and west portions already developed. We see Fairbanks Avenue on the east here. Oh, sorry, you can't see my cursor. Fairbanks Avenue on the east here is fully developed with townhouse units, with the exception, again, this is an outdated aerial photograph. There is currently an 18-unit multi-unit development under construction on this piece of land at the very end. The western portion has been developed with a 40-unit apartment building. These were all developed under development agreement, under the same development agreement, with this being the remaining block to be developed. The current development agreement enables primarily commercial development on this center block with some limited development but due to the nature of the development agreement, there are some significant constraints to even unlocking the available residential development through the existing development agreement. So the current owners were looking to develop a mixed-use development, still with commercial uses at grade and along Highway 1, but with also up to 283 residential units. When we look at Greenwich, what we see is primarily an agricultural community. There is significant agricultural activity. We can see it in the fields here and in here and along the north as well. There is a pocket of development in the West End, however, and the subject properties are identified on the screen, and they are located in this primarily developed area. This is a closer look at the developed area. We see Birch Drive is almost completely developed. I believe the owner is currently working on the last 2 units. If you drive on Highway 101, you've been able to watch that progress. We have Shannex long-term care home here at the end of Jessica's Way. We have a multi-unit development here, and there are other residential uses found within the area. And again, these are our subject properties. The municipal planning strategy does contemplate the expansion or creation of new growth centers, and it does provide us with the characteristics of a growth center, just generally speaking. These are characteristics that our current growth centers have. Although they may not have all of them, they certainly have at least a couple. And in terms of Greenwich, I'll go through each one. So our growth centers are defined primarily through the provision of central water or more likely sewer service. Greenwich benefits from both of these services. We often see active transportation infrastructure within growth centers, so multi-use trails and sidewalks. Greenwich has a sidewalk that runs the entire length from New Minas to the town of Woofle. We see community and recreational facilities within growth centers, and Greenwich has a community hall as well as the Bishop Hall on Highway 1, which is often rented out for community events, although it is in private ownership. We see education facilities. There is a school just across the border in New Minas. This is the one aspect that Greenwich does not benefit from. However, with New Minas and Woofle on either side and both benefiting from schools, it's not surprising that Greenwich doesn't have a school. There is Horton High on the other side of the highway, but we're not contemplating that area of Greenwich this evening. We often see diverse housing options within our growth centers, and we went over the types of housing that are currently in Greenwich. We see dwellings with 1 units, 2 units, multi-units, and the entire spectrum of built form development within the community of Greenwich. The last, we also see generally a concentration of commercial and or industrial opportunities, and Greenwich is no different here. We have plant nurseries, veterinarian offices, farm markets, gas stations. We've all been to Greenwich. We know that there are commercial options there. When we also look at, just to summarize, Greenwich does contain many, if not all, of the characteristics of a growth center. I would venture to say that Greenwich has more characteristics of a growth center than most of our other growth centers. But when council's meant to place growth center boundaries, they're meant to consider a few different things. First is ensuring the cluster has an adequate supply of vacant or underused land. So through the municipal planning strategy, staff identified clusters across the municipality. This is within the cluster that is formed from the town of Kentville, New Minas, Port Williams, and the town of Woofle. And so this simply says it's meant to balance these clusters of areas of growth where you may have plenty of development land in one growth center and the other may be full, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the full one should be expanded in advance of the more empty one being developed. So that's what that criteria speaks to. We are confident that the cluster has an adequate supply of vacant land. As I mentioned, it does include New Minas, which has recently opened up over 900 acres of development south of the 101. However, Our secondary plan has emphasized orderly, coordinated growth, and as a result, there are restrictions within that secondary plan that will likely limit the development of that area for a significant amount of time. And that is why we are bringing this forward to you today. We're also meant to minimize the loss of agricultural land, encourage cost-effective servicing. Typically, this occurs through intensification and increasing residential densities. We're meant to consider the historic development patterns within a community when placing boundaries, and we're meant to discourage strip development, of which Greenwich is no stranger. Finally, in considering new growth center boundaries, we're meant to align with natural or geographic or political administrative boundaries if possible. Sometimes this means a village boundary, sometimes it means a river, sometimes it means a highway. We have not taken into account this particular criteria with a huge amount of weight, simply because we are working in between two administrative boundaries in the growth center and village of New Minas, as well as the town of Wolfville. The Highway 101 to the south forms a very strong barrier, and the Cornwallis River to the north as well. So we are already working within natural, geographic, as well as political boundaries. We're simply looking at that's the bounded area, and we're looking at something within that. So again, when we're looking at growth center boundaries, we have many policies about this. We're meant to look at our growth center expansion areas, so the municipal planning strategy does identify future growth areas. One is North Cambridge, which you are all aware is already a project for staff within our strategic plan in terms of the new interchange going in and a potential expansion of that growth center. The second expansion area is North Alton. However, the only characteristic of a growth center that North Alton has is water service. So in the grand scheme of which community is a better candidate, staff are of the opinion that Greenwich is a better candidate to become a growth center than North Alton. If a growth center is meant to include agricultural land, we are meant to do an agricultural impact assessment that assesses what the impact on the overall agricultural community would be with the removal of land. And so staff have taken that into account in drafting and coming up with these options. So we have 4 options available for you. We have all of the lands in between New Minas and the town of Wolfville, all of the lands within the former hamlet boundary, a modified hamlet boundary, and all planning options reports always include a do-nothing option. So that would be no change in the current regulatory framework. This is option 1, all of the lands between New Minas and Wolfville. This would go all the way up to the Harvest Moon Trail to the north, to the town of Wolfville in the east, Highway 101 to the south, and the boundary between Greenwich and New Minas in the west. This includes a total of 991 acres. We can see that it includes significant amounts of active agricultural land. In fact, we can see that it includes a significant amount of lands zoned A1. In fact, it includes 570 acres of A1 land, of which 372 were in active production in 2012. This option represents the largest loss of agricultural land, the greatest opportunities for further strip development, and the greatest opportunities for continued inefficient development patterns, which means the greatest need for the expansion of servicing infrastructure, especially roads, if this were the option to be chosen. Our second option is the former hamlet boundary. So under our last set of documents, we had areas that were identified as hamlets, so pockets of rural development within a broader rural landscape. So we often see these at the crossroads, Lakeville, Woodville, Wolfville Ridge, Greenwich, Avonport. These were all former hamlets. Most of the development within Greenwich occurred under the hamlet zoning. Hamlet zoning was sort of halfway between rural zoning and urban zoning in the sense that it tended to permit a significant number of permitted uses, but generally at lower densities than we would see in our growth centers, but at higher densities than we might see in our rural areas. It did permit subdivision, which our rural areas did not and continue to not permit, and that is how we have gotten these subdivisions in Greenwich. This area constitutes 464 acres of land, 92 of which are in the A1 zone, so we see a significant reduction in the A1 lands within this boundary. 62 acres were in active production in 2012. So this option results in less agricultural land lost, both in and out of production. There are reduced opportunities for strip development, and there's less of a need for the expansion of infrastructure because we already have servicing infrastructure for the most part in this area, where we do not down here. Our third option is a modified hamlet boundary. So what we've done here is we've taken the previous option and we have cut out much of the existing agricultural or A1 land. This area is a total of 313 acres. 26 are in the A1 zone and only 15 are in active production. This results in less agricultural land lost, both in and out of production. I do want to talk about the A1 areas. This area is a well-established orchard. You can see on your screen that there are lots of teeny little lots all around this orchard. These are all developed with houses. These houses, the houses here on Greenwich Road, are fairly mature, certainly I'd say at least 50 to 75 years old. The houses along the west end, I don't recall the name of the street, I'm sorry, to the good residents of that street. These are newer, but they have still been there for a significant amount of time. It is important to remember that in any of these options, as we have discussed this evening, the Farm Practices Act does enable farmers to continue to farm in perpetuity. Our land use bylaw protects this as well. There would be no reason to stop farming, and staff are of the opinion that this operation continues without significant conflict between the residential uses and the orchard, and as a result we are comfortable bringing this A1 land in. This A1 land is the portion that's generally not in production. There have been some fruit trees planted along the frontage of Highway 1, but the balance is still quite forested, and my understanding is there is a significant grade on that piece of land. So this option reduces most of the opportunities for strip development in that it includes portions of Highway 1 that are already developed, and it would result in a significantly less requirements for expansion of infrastructure. So we get to option 4, our do-nothing approach. This would ensure all of our agricultural land was preserved in the A1 zone, but it represents an opportunity cost. So it represents a cost from a lost opportunity. So we have servicing infrastructure in the ground, and there are very little opportunities to intensify development within this area, making this infrastructure more efficient to service, maintain, and ultimately replace. Development can still occur, but it's through a development agreement and at a rural standard. So in terms of our next steps from a staff perspective, once council selects an option, staff will develop an engagement plan and a phased approach in drafting amendments. Then we would proceed with a review and community engagement and the preparation of amendments if applicable, and bring these forward to PAC to begin the approval process. So the options for council this evening are to recommend one of the 4 options outlined within this presentation and within your staff report. I included a handy little rubric that includes stoplight, red, yellow, green, in assessing all of these options. Or you can feel free to refer it back to staff to provide additional options or request additional information. And with that, I would make our recommendation that says that Municipal Council authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to proceed with amendments to the municipal planning documents to redesignate a portion of the community of Greenwich as a growth center as described in option 3. So that's our modified hamlet option of the report dated April 9th, 2024. And I would pass it back to the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier. Questions, Councillor, of clarification? Councillor Hurtle?
I wasn't going for a question. I just wanted to make a motion.
We'll hold until there's questions of clarification, but I'll come back to you for the motion.
There's a point of order. There is a motion on the floor because it was moved and seconded earlier. So you may,
Okay.
unless we want to rescind that now that we've had the.
Well, now, it wasn't specific as to which option.
Yeah,
Was it? Okay, we're good. We've got the motions on the floor. So we're all debate now. Councillor Hurtle, if you want to debate? No?
No.
Okay. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very confused. All the 8 years I've sat on council, I was led to believe that we would protect all A1 farmland. Now we're talking about a minimum of 26 acres going up for development. Well, the farmer, that 26 acres might be worth $260,000 to sell it to another farmer, but he can sell that to the developer for millions. So you have to ask yourself, does the farmer want millions? Buy land somewhere else? And if we're just going to let A1 land just kind of erode away, this is chipping away at it. I can't support this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Killen.
Thank you, Mayor. I received some calls too from folks that are in the more agricultural zone in Greenwich, and I guess my question is, are there any options for them? I.e., the name Henniger came up, and I was Henniger, and I forget the other. Anyway.
Elderkin.
Pardon?
Elderkin.
Yeah, that was one.
Okay.
Thank you. I had a little empty space there. Does this eliminate any options for them to do what they would like to do there on a minimal basis? Is there anything that they can apply under?
This has no impact on them at all, on their status quo, unless they own land within this option 3 area.
So it is added as it is now.
Yes.
But it doesn't close them off for any further than it already is. As far
No.
as no. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to follow up. That was kind of my question. So the old hamlet only goes to a portion of, there's a space between Greenwich and Wolfville that's not covered, right there. I have also had calls and I've had meetings with some of the people that are in that block that are not sure if they're going to be part of this growth center or not. So just looking for some clarification on that portion.
Well, if you can identify them as being within, can we see option 3? As being within those boundaries, they're affected. If they're not within those boundaries, they're not affected.
So they're outside that boundary, but they were wondering why they are outside that boundary. That's kind of my question. If you can just send me some clarification on that, because I'm going to get a call from them probably early in the morning after this. So I'd like to have at least an answer of that little section right there, that if they want to develop in that area, they're outside the growth center between that little space. Is that correct?
That's correct. The idea is, with this option, is to avoid impacting only the agricultural land that must be impacted if you choose this option.
think that's it for now. I'm just curious to know why it doesn't go past that portion, because that's the old hamlet apparently, which I didn't know. I thought the whole thing was a hamlet right to the Wolfville line, but apparently it isn't.
Oh. The reason they have ribbon development up as far as it goes is because it was developed during the hamlet era, right? That's what I understand is being said. But you can come back. Okay. Deputy Mayor, just let me get your light. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm, like Councillor Allen, a little confused, well, very confused and a little shocked, and will never vote for A1 land being anything other than A1 land. I will never vote to have A1 land be put in a growth center. This was the most controversial part of the entire planning application and redoing of the documents in 2019. This is why this was the thrust of the entire organization around the protection of farmland during that review, was this community. And we talked over and over and over and over again about, just because there's infrastructure in the ground doesn't mean it needs to be developed. It's ideal, yeah, but I will not support A1. I think why this is like particularly nerve touching currently is because we just had this conversation like just tonight about the difference between A1 and A2, how we don't lose. A1 is untouchable. That was said tonight. If this is an option, if I know that one of the things about growth centers is that is a sacrifice that we've made, and it's on the valley floor, it's contained, there's boundaries, we've seen it in Port Williams, we've seen it in Colebrook. There's farms inside growth centers, and that happened in 2019 because they were identified, but there was a very conscious decision at that time not to include Greenwich. Like, it was very conscious. I can understand the edible art property that is covered in pavement and is already a commercial development. That's it. That is all I think I'm willing to do ever. I'm not, like, I think we need to back up really, really far and understand, is this related to housing accelerator funding? Is it related to current requests in the community? I think there's like a way bigger conversation here that's not been had. And I'm thinking about when we talked about Waterville and there was that street and we just took it out even though it was serviced because we said it's not an acceptable place to put development because it's like, and I'm frustrated that this is here. And I should have been paying closer attention to the PAC agendas apparently. But I will not support this in any, option 4 is the only one for me. And I would rather we don't even talk about this tonight. We would just can we take it back, or give us an opportunity for me to go back and listen to PAC, which I do sometimes, and understand how this came forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hurtle.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't like the way this is even brought forward. It seemed, I'm very much pro-agriculture, but I'm not pro being a sheep, and I felt like I was being herded into a position. I don't like this at all, the way it was presented, and this is not an insult to staff. No, please don't take offense to this, but it does feel like it's being particularly directed in a direction that has not had any discussion coming into this. So while I was hoping to make the motion to go for option 4, to leave it alone, take it off the table, the only option right now is to vote this down, and then I will propose the motion that we leave this alone, because we don't need to do this. We don't need to remove any of the precious A1 agricultural land. There's no need for this. There's plenty of opportunity and growth in the other growth centers, lots of room to expand and develop. So yeah, I really don't like this. I won't be supporting this option at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other councillor wish to enter the debate before we call the motion? The question, rather. No? All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. So,
I was under the impression we were sending this back to staff. Sorry.
no, we're defeating the motion, and Councillor Armstrong would like to be put on the negative side, please. So that, sorry, Councillor Hurdle, are you still wishing to speak?
Yeah, I'm wondering if on the previous item we just voted on that we could go with option 4 and do nothing. I move that.
Okay, unless somebody introduces an additional motion to pick one of the others, then that's where we are right now, doing nothing.
I will introduce that motion.
All right. Do we have a typed motion to put up on the nothing choice? Okay, I'm sorry, that was an option. What about the Horton site that's paved over? I just put that out there. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I would just request a friendly amendment to the end of the motion and request that staff provide an additional report about the current development options in Greenwich. Like, I think I would like to sit down and look at every single lot and say, is this A2? What are the options? Is this commercial? What are the options? What, like, I think that's, I mean, I think we need to get to that level. I think talking about amending gross center boundaries was just like step 5, and we needed to start at like step 0.
Okay, does this capture your intent? As an amendment?
It does mine. It's up to Councillor Hurdle as the mover. It's
Well,
for it to be friendly or not.
Oh, okay, I thought you were moving an amendment. Councillor Hurdle, what do you say about the addition of that in order to make it a friendly amendment?
I think information is certainly friendly and welcome. So yes, this captures it sufficient enough, and having additional information on a report of development options is great. But I do like the way this comes forward, yes.
Okay. Friendly amendment, there is your motion. Councillor Armstrong.
This motion basically says 2 things, that we're approving option 4, which is do nothing. And then on the second hand, we're saying, but we want a report. So personally, I'd rather just have a motion to send it back to staff. I mean, they've heard all of our, the people that have spoken, they've heard everything they had to say and what they're looking for. So I'd rather not give them sort of a double-barreled, like, which one do we go with? Do we sit on this or do we give a report? So we send it back with our comments and see what pops out. The only other comment that I would make is that this did come before PAC, I think March. And PAC normally doesn't make decisions to stop things in their tracks before we send it on to council, because it's a council decision. So it did come, and all the options, the presentation that we got tonight was exactly the presentation that came forth to PAC. But I personally would rather see a motion to send it back to staff. That would work for me. Thank you.
You've got a motion moved and seconded. We're going to have to deal with it. We can take a subsequent motion. We're going to have to deal with the motion in as much as it's been moved and seconded, unless it gets amended. So if you were to if you were to remove by amendment, if you were to remove all the words following the three words "that municipal council," and then pick it up again by saying request that staff provide an additional report about the current development options in Greenwich.
So you want to cut out the whole first part?
No, I want to cut out the middle part in order to satisfy your concern. But if it's easier, we can just defeat this motion and take another one.
The municipal council requests that staff provide an additional report, or a report?
An additional report. They've given us a report about the current development options in Greenwich. Looking to see whether or not that's an acceptable, that municipal council, and then delete everything down to the word request. That municipal council requests that staff provide an additional report about the current development options in Greenwich. Sorry, yeah, you're on now.
Yeah, that is not in accordance with my intent of the original motion.
All right, let's go back to the motion that was on the screen. We'll vote on it and get this done. So move and second that the municipal council approve option 4, do nothing, and not designate a portion of the community of Greenwich as a growth center as described in the report dated April 9th, 2024, and request that staff provide an additional report about the current development options in Greenwich. Councillor Kittle.
Thank you, Mayor. In either option 3 or 4, where does the present application for the Horton project lie? Is it, I'm just wanting to know.
This rejects any proposal at the present time and asks for a further report.
Are there any timelines on this or anything?
Not so far.
So what I'm hearing is that the project in Horton cannot move forward on either of those options.
Unless and until we receive another report that council's prepared to support.
So we'll have to hear from the report. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, debates? Could I ask, as a matter of information, what the timeline is on the proposed development of the former Horton lands?
To you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have a current timeline because their development options are limited. So this was going to be the first step because in order to achieve the densities they were hoping to achieve, we need to put that site in an urban zone. This options report doesn't put it in any zone. It just authorizes staff to investigate. And one thing I maybe should have pointed out was that the boundaries of any of the options today may not have been the boundaries at the end of a process. Council is obviously welcome to make any decision they wish, but I just thought maybe we should clarify this, that would simply be a starting point for investigation of what is likely to be at least a year-long project, if not longer. And that would come in advance of any planning application that would actually contemplate the development on that subject property.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. I would comment that putting out any version of the report, well, 3, is still an indication to the public who looks at this meeting that we're considering turning those enveloping those agricultural lands into a growth center. And that might prove difficult for some around the table. Councillor Hurdle?
I think we need to remain strong in our convictions and not convert any A1 land into growth center at all. We just need to end this conversation pass this motion.
Okay, sir. I see no other lights. All those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. The motion is passed. Item D. Councillor Armstrong, when you're ready.
That municipal council give final consideration to entering into a development agreement to permit tourist commercial uses at 100 Alton Road, PID 55480966, East Dalhousie, as described in Appendix C of the report dated March 12, 2024. I so move.
Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by, what was your name, Councillor? Seconded by Councillor Harding. Any discussion? Let's hear the discussion on the motion, folks. Do we have the overhead on that or not? No? I wondered if I could locate it in my mind. I can't. 100 Alton Road escapes me.
Tourist accommodations. Next door to Merck's.
Yeah, so I want to be sure that the chicken houses are not in this one, are they?
Yeah, they are.
No. Okay.
What? Oh, yes. Gotcha. Sorry.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh,
No, you didn't, never mind looking for that. Thank you.
No, I was just going to say that I supported the development of the tourist cabins in East Dalhousie because you asked for our items for debate. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? Debate? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously passed. Thank you. Item F. E?
Jeez. That municipal council give final consideration
Has
to.
anybody got a pillow?
Sorry?
I'm sorry. No, go
I
ahead.
keep napping off. That municipal council give final consideration to entering into a development agreement to permit 12 tourist cabins at 1459 Forest Hill Road, PID 55217939, Forest Hill, which is substantively the same for minor differences in form as the draft set out in Appendix C of the report dated March 12, 2024. I so move.
Do I have a seconder for the motion? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Granger, thank you. Moved and seconded that municipal council give final consideration to entering a development agreement to permit 12 tourist cabins at 1459 Forest Hill Road. Debate on the motion. Deputy Mayor.
So I will be voting in favor of this for the same reasons I voted in favor of the proposal for Scots Bay regarding the development agreement and the ability to have controls over and above a rezoning or another type of agreement or an as-of-right development. You know, I think that the applicant, through the change in scope, going from 30 to 12, and their willingness to sort of work in community has shown me that I believe that, again, like there's this difference in A1 and A2. In A2, it's okay, it's permitted, and so I'm hoping that to see this be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hurtle.
I'm going to vote against this. A2, it talks about Rural mixed use is to permit agricultural, residential, and resource uses to enable agricultural industry expansion as well as accommodate rural housing. This is, in my mind, more of a tourism focus. It's not rural housing. It's not accommodating agriculture. It's tourism focused, and so I'm not interested in entertaining this as a development agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Al.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be voting against this also. The poultry farmer bought that 100 acres of land so that he could build 6 to 8 or more of these barns. There's 2 already there. For the simple reason that he wanted to get away from where there was development, because the non-stop complaining about flies, noise, whatever. And now we're considering allowing a tourist development within 300 feet. So I'll be voting against it. There's just more conflicts for the farmer to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? I'll state my reasons for voting the way I'm going to vote. I consider this to be completely different from the prior one that we dealt with tonight in the Scots Bay area, which is essentially in the middle of the town and has already invited essentially all the complaints that would come. And I agree with the reasons that Councillor Allen just gave. So there's a distinction in my mind between the 2 applications. So I'll be voting against the application. It's certainly an inconvenience for the individual in question to look for another location, but that's my position. Anybody else? If not, all those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. The motion is defeated. Thank you. The item F.
Oh, sorry. The Municipal Council give final consideration to entering into a development agreement to permit 16 additional residential units within 4 approved multi-unit dwellings on the property located at Aldershot Road, PID 550-46056, North Kentville, which is substantively the same for minor differences in form, as the draft set out in Appendix F of the report dated March 12, 2024. I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Burgess. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise of the motion, please vote now. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. The date of the next public hearing?
It's not on our paperwork, but my assumption is it's June 4th before council in these chambers.
Okay, thank you. If it's otherwise, we'll notify. Item 8, administration, proclamation requests, Access Awareness Week, Cole Wittinberg Day, and VON Week. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you have noticed, May is a very busy month for proclamations, and we have 3 additional ones that I'll quickly present. The first one is Access Awareness Week, which would be May the 26th to June the 1st. This is the 3rd time that we have this proclamation, and that was since the formation of the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. The second one is Cole Wittinberg Day. That's the 7th time that we have this proclamation. and that's a request by Rewind 89.3, and they have been organizing a radiothon, and that's actually the 8th year that they have organized that radiothon. And then the third proclamation is for VON Week, which will be May the 19th to the 25th. This is only the second time we have this proclamation. And the intent is that a flag will be flown during that week. That was the request of the VON for the Annapolis Valley. We can do this as one motion for all three proclamations, or individual proclamations, whichever council prefers.
Thank you. Does any member of council wish to split the motions? No? So I'm looking for a mover of the motion with respect to all three. Councillor Davidson, Councillor Harding. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Councillor Armstrong is out of the room, so her vote will not be counted as a negative vote. Councillor Burgess is also out of the room, so likewise the motion is passed unanimously. The next item is the Deputy CAO's item. King's Vision Grant, Halls Harbour Community Development Association. Mr. Frost, when you're ready.
Someone turn my mic up. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Here to present on a grant fairly quickly. This is a proposal from the Halls Harbour Community Development Association. So the intent is for Municipal Council to consider the proposal received from the HHCDA regarding the 2023-2024 King's Vision Grant multi-year agreement that was received a couple weeks ago. So just for discussion, Council will recall that last June, the Halls Harbour Community Development Association was awarded up to $609,000, which equated to 3% of their total project cost over 7 years, with two pre-funding conditions, which were that they needed to secure annual project funding and approval from all authorities having jurisdiction. So we, as we always do, spoke with HCDA back in March as we were looking at new vision grants coming forward. And they submitted their project summary to staff, and they weren't able to do everything that they had intended to do last year, mainly due to external funding from other sources, province and the feds, and that they're still waiting on grants. So their total costs incurred for last year was only $27,000. And because of that, the pre-funding conditions had not been met. Even with the pre-funding conditions having been met, spending $27,000, again, we would have given them up to 3%, which would have equated to like $800. So we met with the CAO and myself and our grants administrator, met with HHCDA and talked about what the move forward could be. And we suggested that, because they were hoping to still receive funding for last fiscal year, so we suggested that they look at their application again and that we would be willing to take something back to council, suggesting that if they requested partial funds from their award, and then release the rest of their vision grant, and then they can reapply for a vision grant again this coming year if they would so choose. So again, their ask was for 50% coverage of their costs incurred for the 23-24 fiscal, which would be an award of $13,821, and that the remainder of the multi-year funding would be canceled to allow them to apply again for a vision grant moving forward. So the financial implications, should council accept the proposal received from HHCDA, that $13,821 would be paid from the grants GL, and that the $87,000 for the remainder 6 years of the Vision Grant that was awarded last year would be available to new Vision Grant applications moving forward. The alternatives, of course, council could approve the recommendation as presented, may refuse the proposal from HHCDA or provide alternate direction. So with that, I'd provide the recommendation that Municipal Council accept the April 15th, 2024 proposal received from Halls Harbour Community Development Association and award the organization $13,821 for the 23-24 fiscal and cancel the remaining Vision Grant that had been approved at the June 20th council meeting, 23 council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Councillor Hurtle, a question of clarification?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that point. I'm wondering, May 1st, wasn't that the allocation due date for our Vision Grants? Does this impact that previously submitted allocation?
So Vision was due on April 1st. That's when they were awarded. Or, sorry, when it closed.
But of the councillors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hurtle. So yes, we had certainly talked to them prior to the close of the grant, and by the time we got in the letter, which is why we wanted to take it to you this evening, and as you'll recall, in the grant form that was sent out, we had it included that would be removed, with the assumption that council would be accepting the proposal, or at least that portion of the proposal.
Have all councillors submitted their allocations so far?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe we had almost all of them. We might have been waiting on one as of today, but I'd have to double check to see if that came in.
And my final question, is there any direct or pecuniary indirect interest for councillors who may be voting on this item?
I can't speak to that.
You're asking whether someone might wish to declare a conflict of interest? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Thank you. It's up to the individual councillors whether or not they declare a conflict of interest. Any other debate, questions, declarations? Oh, that's right, just questions of clarification. You see, that's how late it is. Would anyone care to make the motion? It's been moved and seconded by Councillor Burgess, moved by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion on the motion, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I will be supporting this, but I do feel it sets kind of an awkward precedent so I think we should develop, if this, because I think big projects are hard, and it's really hard to source a lot of funding, and it's hard to get everything to line up, and it's volunteers trying to come together to pull this off. And I think things like this happen more often than we think they do when we're trying to undertake big things in communities. So I would just recommend or like to see that this be contemplated somehow in the policy, so that should things like this happen again, that either we say, okay, yes, you'll be guaranteed this small amount or this because of this investment that you needed to get the other money, or we say you're on your own if this doesn't work out and we won't be giving you anything. Because I think it's important to have direction for these groups to know the risk attached to going in certain directions with things. But I do vote, I think I will vote in favor of it tonight. I just think we should have a policy answer for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hurtle?
Thank you. I'm concerned this draws into question the integrity of council simply because this is outside the normal boundaries of how we operate when we're organizing and dispersing grants. And my concern is it may appear to those who are somewhat aware that this would be favoring a particular individual on council. And so I can't support this, not because I don't support the community or the proposal. It simply looks like we're operating outside of our own rules, and if we don't work within our rules, it looks like we have no integrity to hold up when it comes to items that may be closer to us as individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate or discussion? To explain my vote, and I'll be voting in favor. This is putting money back in our pockets because an organization couldn't get it together in time to take advantage of what we had set aside for them, while at the same time giving them a small sum, $14,000. I don't disagree with the deputy mayor that the decision probably shouldn't have to come to council. It should be dealt with in the grant policy or program, but it's here. Any other comments? Seeing none, calling the question, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's passed with one negative vote. Moving on to item 9. Mr. Kerrigan thought he was going to be home for breakfast. I'm not sure that's the case. This is in relation to a change order on the West Kings sidewalk infrastructure. Mr. Kerrigan, are you going to work from there or stand at the desk? I'm just working the lights here, that's all I do.
That work? I did push it, but it didn't come up, so I know I'm doing it wrong every time. Perfect. Thanks again, as always, Yanni. That's appreciated. I'll stand because I've been sitting for a bit now. So here today, just very simple, it shouldn't be too long. Here to request approval for change order number 7 for the West Kings Sidewalk AT project.
You tried throwing it?
Okay. Thank you. So project overview, this is in relation to the upgrades of the West Kings sidewalk in the community of Auburn, which were identified and approved in the 2023-24 capital budget. The project consists of installation of approximately 700 meters of concrete sidewalk and related stormwater infrastructure. This request for decision of council is required to approve change order number 7 involving construction costs. Just a schematic of where we're looking. This is the 700 meters, which starts at West Kings School in the west, extending to approximately Civic 2082 Highway 1 and crosses the Highway 1 to the local convenience store. Project was awarded in 2023 to Gary Parker Excavating. Project was temporarily put on hold through the winter, where they couldn't do construction work through the winter. Was reconvened late in March. I've met with the contractor on site in early April. From looking at the site after the winter, we requested a change order to the contractor to raise a yard catch basin in the yard of the local automobile shop. as well as adjust slope on the east end of the sidewalk, and as well to blend the asphalt in front of the existing auto service shop to blend in with the driveway and the parking lot there. The change order will result in an improvement of overall site drainage and greatly improve the yard slope on the affected properties. Previously approved change orders for this project have been in the amount of $24,792. This contemplated change order involving a lot of asphalt work is valued at $44,736 for a total change order fee to date, including non-rebated HST of $69,528. This amount exceeds the $50,000 maximum approval threshold that's permitted by staff and therefore in front of you today. Just a note, the project remains under budget within available approved construction project contingency. And the recommendation is in front of you that Municipal Council authorize change order CO number 7 for the West Kings Infrastructure Project in the amount of $44,736.42, including non-rebated HST to Gary Parker Excavating Limited.
Thanks, Mr. Kerrigan. Questions of clarification, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so I just noticed cumulative change orders over $50,000. Should there be another change order of like $20, does that also mean it has to come back to council because it's over that 50, or would it have to be another 50,000 before it have to come back to council?
I will defer possibly to the Director of Finance through you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I believe it would have to come back, but I will find out.
No, that's correct. As per policy, once it goes over that $50,000 threshold, it will have to come back.
Any amount would have to come back?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So I guess I was right. Just a guess.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just a couple of questions. It was my understanding that we don't do stormwater, so my assumption is that we are modifying existing stormwater drainage to accommodate this sidewalk. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for this project, because we installed curb and gutter along the side of the highway, which was previously a gravel shoulder. Right. We need to take stormwater and move that into the nearby system.
So it is our responsibility.
It is our responsibility because we're modifying it to put it in, but the infrastructure falls into
will belong to the province once we're done. Okay. And the other question I have is your statement, change orders to date. So do you anticipate there's going to be more change orders on this?
This project is so far along now, through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe this will be the last one. I hope this is the last one. With this work, this should really tie up the final part of this project.
I drove through there tonight on my way up here, and they don't have anything in for the crosswalk yet. Like, they don't have any concrete, slabs to put the uprights on. They don't have on either side of the road. And, that just gives me pause to think that there might be something else coming down the pike. Because I would think that that's a considerable amount of money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that part of the work is already in the original work scope to put that landing pad on the other side of the highway and put the crosswalk in.
Okay. I'll take you at your word. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Granger.
Not so fast, Mr.
See, I'm
Thank you,
not
Mr.
looking
Mayor.
on the side.
Just wondering, does the municipality have a cap for additional costs? Or can they just keep rolling? Does that make sense? Or am I?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you could possibly rephrase that. I'm just wondering if you're talking about project contingency?
Yes. So for infrastructure, is there a cap for second, third, fourth, fifth asks for more money? Or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there's no cap. This could be change order 21.
Just open.
Change order 117, whatever it might be. So there is no limit to it unless the funds run out.
Okay. And so this change order number 7, is this the 7th time it's been changed, or is this just number 7?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the 7th change order. previously, there have been 5 of the previous 6 that have been approved. There was 1 change order that was proposed that we rejected from a staff level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hurdle?
Aren't sidewalks a fairly common piece of municipal infrastructure? Well, like, why would we possibly see 7 change orders come through? What can be so out of the ordinary that there would be that much to change?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Included in the request for decision are the summary of what the change orders have been. Some of these happened before my time. My apologies for that, for not being fully versed on these. These are typical construction items that have come up through by the contractor that needed to be adjusted, whether it be a conflict with the actual site conditions in the drawings, the engineered drawings that were prepared. But these items came up. Just to run through them quickly, additional topo at the site of a super elevated location to blend new curb line into existing contour. So that's a regrading of a curb line. An existing storm manhole was converted into a catch basin to allow water to get off the road out of a gutter. An additional catch basin was added to reflect existing asphalt edge. So the design was inside of the road or outside of the road and needed to be adjusted in location physically on the road. Change order 4 was a curb adjustment. And change order 6 was to pave a little bit of extra additional asphalt at the West Kings High School driveway entrance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, since this was submitted before your time, typically when the tender goes out, should it not include all of the stuff that were identified with these change orders, and then include it in the cost? It's my assumption that these were discovered as being necessary, but not included in the tender. Is that basically a fair summary?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, typically these are, I'll say, amendments from the original design in slight manner to adjust to accommodate the actual conditions found. So deviations from the design, something that wasn't in the original design that the contractor, the design engineer, and the municipal staff have all agreed that is warrants in the best interest of the project moving forward. And all of these, to add, all of these change orders are supported or were supported by the design engineer through this process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions. Do we have a mover and seconder? No? Someone prepared to move the motion? Councillor Armstrong, thank you. Councillor Burgess seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate whether you're in favor or against and vote now. That's unanimously approved, thank you. I'm looking down the list. I believe that we could barrel through. I don't know what is essential and what's not. On the Audit and Finance Committee recommendations, the motions are in the agenda package. Firstly, that Municipal Council receive the Capital Accountability Report for the period ended March 31st, 2023 as attached to the February 9th, 2024 Audit and Finance Committee agenda as information. February 9th, 2024. Mr. Barr?
Yeah, correct, Mr. Mayor. That's the meeting of the Audit and Finance Committee when this was reviewed and recommended by that committee.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Looking for a motion? Moved by Councillor Burgess, seconded by Councillor Harding. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's approved. Item B, it's recommended the Municipal Council receive the General Operating Accountability Report for the period ended March 31st, 2023 as attached to the February 9th, 2024 Audit and Finance Committee. Over the motion, please. Councillor Hurdle, seconded by Councillor Harding. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That would be unanimous if Councillor Granger was voting, yes? That's unanimous. Item C, it's recommended that Municipal Council approve the transfer of $64,000 to the Special Project Reserve 61-4-460-381 relating to unspent funds from approved project budgets. Mover the motion, please. Moved by Councillor Davison. Seconded by Councillor Granger. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously approved. Thank you. Item D. It's recommended that Municipal Council approve the transfer of $105,000 to the Municipal Sewer Operating Reserve 61-4-460-130 relating to unspent funds from approved project budgets. Move for the motion, please. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Burgess. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimously approved. Thank you. Going to item 11, Committee of the Whole recommendations of April 16th, 2024. It's recommended that Municipal Council proclaim May 2024 as Lyme Disease Awareness Month in the municipality of the County of Kings. Could I have a mover of the motion, please? Moved by Councillor Burgess, seconded by Councillor Granger. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Unanimously approved. Thank you. Item B. It's recommended that the Municipal Council proclaim May 5th, 2024 as National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit Peoples. May 17th, 2024 is International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. May 2024 as Gaelic Nova Scotia Month. May 2024 as Asian Heritage Month, and May 2024 as Jewish Heritage Month in the municipality of the County of Kings. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harding. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. Item C. It's recommended that Municipal Council award RFP 24-03 municipal insurance requirements to BrokerLink Insurance as outlined in the April 16th, 2024 request for decision. Could I have a mover of the motion, please? Councillor Davidson, thank you. Deputy Mayor, second. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Approved unanimously. Thank you. Board and committee reports. A, Regional Emergency Management Advisory Committee. There's a written report in your package provided by Dan Stovall, Regional Emergency Management Coordinator. Item B, Committees of Council. Are there any verbal reports? Because no written reports have been received, I don't believe. None at the present time. Any external boards and committees verbal reports? I see none. Correspondence, we have a letter from the village of Cornwallis Square regarding making inquiry of communities to help it with its renaming. At the request of a First Nation, they're moving the word Cornwallis out and looking for a new name. A motion to receive the correspondence would be in order. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hurdle. No discussion on the motion. All in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Is there any other business to come before the meeting? Oh my goodness, the lights. Deputy Mayor.
Very brave. I would like council to be able to, I can't even speak. I would, I'm having a hard time with SharePoint and the transition we've made since the cyber attack where so much has moved to SharePoint and sharing documents and I think council could benefit from a training session with IT staff on how to do the things on the internet. So that'd be great. Thanks.
That's a good comment. Thank you. We'll just make it happen. Councillor Burgess.
Yes, I just wanted to share with council, we had sent birthday cards to Ina Palmer for her 99th birthday, and she did pass this past weekend, so just wanted to send condolences to her family. A life well lived, but very sad to see her go as the matriarch of that family. So just wanted to send condolences on behalf of her. You know what I'm trying to say. It's too late at night.
Well spoken. I quite agree.
That was well spoken.
We'll see that it happens. Councillor Hurdle.
I'd also like to express condolences or maybe a happy birthday to Kevin for his 50th.
Is it today?
It was a few days ago.
2 days ago. He's over 50. Happy birthday, Kevin.
Happy birthday.
Comments from the public? No? Then I'm looking. Then I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davison. Any debate? No. All those in favor or otherwise, please vote now. Thank you for your tolerance. It was one of those occasions once again where we had overflow between public hearing and meeting.